Here live.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Town of Vesuvius Special Open Meeting, December the 7th, 2022 at 9 a.m. in council chambers. We have council here, several directors, and we have Councillor Chong on Zoom with us. So first, I want to have the motion, please, that the special open agenda be approved. Councillor Frederica, Councillor King, all in favor. Thank you. And we will move right on to business, and that would be the 2023-2027 operating and the capital budget, and that would be from the tobacco.
So we are going to go through a process of going through our sewer fund first, then our water fund, and then we'll move into the general fund. The purpose of a couple of days meetings are to get our utility fees established for 2023. We need to adopt those bylaws before December 31st. Okay. So this is the highlighted changes to the 2023 to 2027 sewer operating budget. This budget presentation is highlighting the changes in the budget. The budget's being presented with a 12.48% increase to sewer user fees. This increased the single family residential rate from $302.04 to $339.73, which is an increase of $37.69 per year, or $3.14 a month for a single family residence. The 2022 rate comparison between municipalities, Summerland is the highest at $440.64, and Vesuvius is second lowest at $302.04. This will also increase revenues by $218,000 to $14,400 from new construction, which is being utilized to offset the increase in operating expenditures. For 2024 to 2027, it's estimated that the increase to sewer user fees will be 5% annually to offset the additional operational and capital costs, but it does not include the impact of additional debt payments. There's no provision in the budget this time to fund amortization either. 2021 amortization was $570,073, with a total accumulated amortization of $7.9 million. As the sewer system ages, there needs to replace the built infrastructure. A waste management and asset management plan are required to accurately reflect the future cost of the infrastructure. It is recommended that council consider increasing sewer fees by an additional $40 per year, or $3.33 per month, which would amount to approximately $231,000 in additional funds, and establish a sewer reserve replacement fund to lessen the financial burden when the aging infrastructure needs to be replaced. Our current financial plan has a current reserve balance of $2.2 million, which will be reduced to $344,000 by 2027. By establishing the additional $40 per year increase to establish a sewer replacement fund by year 2027, that balance will be increased by $3.4 million. Operating expenditures for 2023 have increased by $260,171, or 12% from 2022, and the majority of the increases are for wages and salaries, $160,600. This includes one new full-time equivalent position at $132,626, and represents a 7.36% increase to operational expenses. An increase for wages, QP is 2% for 2023, plus overhead of $15,150, and council stipend with CPI adjustments of $2,280. Maintenance materials is also increasing by $83,800. This includes increases for GIS $3,500, odor control $50,000, and chlorine $15,000. Our 2023 to 2027 sewer capital projects include electrical and SCADA upgrades for $777,000, wastewater pump station renewal at Gala Crescent for $50,000, replacement of the gyro wastewater pump station $300,000. Electrical upgrades at the Marina wastewater pump station, $25,000. Our wastewater pipe condition assessment of $280,000. Treatment discharge upgrades of $1.825 million. Treatment upgrades of $1.6 million. Upgrade access road to lower building, $250,000. Sodium hypochlorite bulk system for wastewater treatment lagoon, $100,000. And backup power for wastewater treatment lagoon for $150,000. Wastewater system improvements, $180,000, and you'll see the golf course, $300,000. So the 2023 to 2027 sewer capital budget has one project where the source of funding is also borrowing. The impact to future user fees for borrowing based on the budget is presented. In 2026, we'd be borrowing for the treatment discharge upgrades of $1.75 million. Our payment would have been $136,959. Cost per user was $23.65, and that increase would have taken place in 2027. That was based on borrowing at the MFA rate of 4.38% for 20 years. And just as we've already just heard that the interest rates have gone up by another half basis points, so that interest rate is going up as well. If we had the reserve balance for the sewer reserve replacement fund, that would eliminate the borrowing required in 2026. And at this point in time, I will ask council if there's any questions first before we go on to the operating. But
I did have, I wasn't sure what GIS was. I probably should have known, but I did look it up. So it's Geographic Information System. And so I just wanted that explained a little bit. Could you? And I looked on the 3,500 on the, on the sewer operating fund. It has not been in the budget for the last few years. And I'm just wondering, is this something new that has just been added, or could somebody explain that, please? Sorry.
No problem, your worship. So GIS, you're right, is basically our platform to provide our layout of our utilities, layout of our roads, layout of our facilities, all that kind of stuff. So it's a mapping software for our organization. The reason why that $3,500 hasn't been shown in the budget is we've been absorbing it into our operating budget up to this point. We're trying to pull it out and demonstrate the costs associated with all these services that we're providing, and that was pulled out this year and shown as a line item, so the council was aware how much we're spending on GIS platform. We are currently using what we call Lightship as our GIS platform. That is in the process of being reviewed at this current time, and what next steps we will move towards to facilitate better asset management.
Thank you. Anybody else? Go ahead.
You get about 12 points here over the next 5 years. Is there a specific order you would prefer to do these in, or you're just kind of when you can find time?
Sorry, Councilor King, I'm not 100% sure.
Well, on this page, there's 12 dots here.
Oh, in regards to the capital program.
The capital
So
program.
if you go into.
So I'm just curious, like, is there?
There is an order.
For next year, like, every year they're gonna get a couple done.
So what we can do is when we get to the
page 130.
5-year financial plan, and looking at the next 5 years, we can have that discussion, and there is an actual order in which these projects.
Oh, okay, what page is it?
So that'll be page 130, and we'll that shows the projects, how they're being proposed to be completed within the 5 years.
I didn't get it.
And we'll see
Page.
Yeah, I get it.
So it shows how we are proposing to spend that and what sources of funding that we're utilizing to pay for that.
Anybody
So,
else?
yeah, so does that mean we gotta borrow all the money the first year? Why can't we just borrow a couple of million to cover the first year and then we come back next year?
No, there's no borrowing required for 2023, 2024, 2025. The borrowing based on the 5-year capital plan for the sewer fund is in 2026 of the $1.75 million.
So you tell me we don't borrow, if this gets passed, we don't borrow any money for 26
Correct, for the sewer fund.
for this sewer?
Yes.
Are we all okay with that? Okay, go ahead. Is that okay? Think there's any other questions?
Then we are going to go forward to the page 123.
Or did you have a question? You wanted to-
Well,
Sure.
oh, okay.
Oh,
No, it's just.
sorry, okay, just water.
That's what I wondered, so.
So we'll move on to page 123, which is the operating quote request for the full-time equivalent person. I'll pass it on to Jared.
Thank you, Mr. Zacco. Your worship, there's a proposal for increasing the sewer, one FTE, so one full-time equivalency. So this is one of two positions that the department is proposing, so there'll be one position in sewer, one position in water. We will move the water one when we go through the water section of the budget. So this position again is to help the utility achieve its operational goals, to start addressing some of our water quality issues, start addressing some of our maintenance efficiencies, etc. And this position being requested as of this year to start having that department be able to achieve it as a set of operational goals.
Is there gonna be a problem hiring somebody for this? I just know that we seem to have positions vacant and put on out for tender and nobody applies. So is this gonna be one we can get?
We don't know, your worship. We don't know what the market's like in regards to the ability to find new people with good qualifications. Probably what is going to happen again with this position is grow within. We will try to promote from our existing staffing and then backfill that particular staff member or staff members that may be successful. We might find people within the community that have trades that may fill some of our needs, and then we would start to then grow that as well.
Go ahead, Counselor
So if
King.
you grew it within, again, you would need as much money then? You already got half the person's wages in, oh,
So I try to make the FTE requests for the ultimate build out, so there is no shock down the line. So the FTE request will be for the ultimate build out of that position. You are correct that there may be some cost savings in regards to how we manage that position. However, again, trying to fulfill these FTEs and making sure there's no sticker shock down the road is how I present these.
so if you hire a person from within, then do you have a training budget for them if they need some?
We do have a training budget within water and sewer, so there is the ability to then provide that training opportunity for those staff members.
Okay, so on to page 124. The 2022 capital project that I'm proposing to carry forward for 2023 for completion. The sewer fund, they relate to the wastewater master plan. We had a budget of $75,000, we're carrying forward $75,000. The replacement of the Walton Gallocrest wastewater pump station, we had a budget of $600,000. Spent $37,933 to date. We're carrying forward $562,667. Our sodium hypochlorite bulk system wastewater treatment lagoon budget was $400,000. We spent $9,523, and we're carrying forward $390,477. Our wastewater treatment lagoon monitoring well installation, we have a budget of $25,000, and we're carrying that forward as well. And SCADA upgrades of $204,970. We've spent $90,509 and carrying forward $114,461. So the reports for the noted projects can be found also in the 2022 budget document. Carry forward balances will be adjusted by the actual funds spent to date by December 31st. So as these projects, we're just making council aware that these ones are the projects that are being carried forward. Move into 2023 or be completed in 2023.
Go ahead.
I guess it's just such a question. Is there rationale that these never got done last year? Is because tradespeople or parts we can't get, or, I mean, it sounds like we need to spend half the money.
So through the chair, Councillor King, some of these projects are ongoing. We continue to work with our engineering consultants as well as WorkSafe, trying to get some of these to come to fruition. Other ones, design was stalled due to availability of myself or our utility superintendent to review. Other ones, again, these are ongoing projects when we look at the SCADA system and, we try to carry that money forward as far as possible. The parts are on order. We're waiting for supply chain. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of issues going on with this and, yeah, we hope to get them completed in the next couple of years.
So are these all done in-house by staff? By
Some
contract?
are done in-house, some are done by consultants and some are done by contractors.
To your,
Yeah, go ahead.
maybe I'll just add a little bit. One of the things, we definitely struggle on the administration side with doing multiple things and staffing vacancies, et cetera. One of the things we're hoping to do, start in 2023, is to do quarterly updates on these projects. So you're up to date. If, we're struggling with a vacancy or consultants unavailable, then we'll have a timeline there, so you're more in the loop on these things, because this year, that's something you're looking coming.
And that's gonna be quarterly, like say in March, you're gonna have an update.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jared, just on the SCADA upgrades, the SCADA is a system that we put down the pipes to look, and then you're gonna be able to map all those.
So through the chair, Council Bennett, no. So the SCADA system is our supervisory control and data acquisition software. That's what SCADA stands for. That is the program that oversees and looks at our wells, our reservoirs, our wastewater pump stations. All our pumping capacity both from water and wastewater side. So it's the program that makes sure everything's talking to one another, so that when the reservoir gets to a certain level, the wells are actually called on. It also provides all our data in regards to production, our alarms for, say we have a temperature alarm in all our buildings, so if the temperature drops, we have a failure of our heating systems. Provides alarms for overpressure, provides all alarming for our systems as well. So it's, the language terms the brains of the operation. Without it, we would be running around turning everything on by hand and going back and turning everything off by hand, and that becomes very costly.
And what's the system that we go inside?
So that is CCTV. So
Oh.
that is what we call closed circuit TV inspection of our sanitary sources.
Okay, I was good. Thank you.
Definitely.
So, Mr. Brownstein was, it's my recollection that a couple of years ago, we purchased, the town purchased iPads. So that the operators could update and see things and carry them with them. Am
That
I
is correct, your
correct?
worship. So all our water wastewater operators carry iPads now. So they can actually view our systems in real time.
Good, thank you. I thought that was-
So we'll move on to the 2023 capital budget requests. And that's the first one up, will be on page 126. We're actually talking about this, the electrical and SCADA upgrades for water wastewater.
Thank you, Mr. Zekel. Yes, this is the ongoing program. Again, we're hoping for conclusion of the upgrades in 2027. So this is the 2023 ask for that particular program. So total cost of the project, this is including water and sewer, will eventually be $1.4 million. And we are asking for in 2023 from wastewater, $150,885. Which we have. Sorry, 158 or 29.
Okay, so on page 127, it says wastewater 193,429. Am I correct?
So
I got 158,429 in 2024.
That's 2024. Yeah,
sorry, yeah, so 193, 429. Sorry.
Yeah. That's for this year, and water is 95.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Questions?
Anybody have any questions about this one? Okay,
Okay, page 128.
Thank you, Mr. Jekyll, through the chair. So we're asking for an additional $100,000. This is one of those projects that was initiated by WorkSafe. We are continuing to work with our consultant on avenues in which to make this happen. What we are finding is in order to switch over to sodium hydrochloride, we actually have to review our treatment processes and try to make them more efficient and provide a better standard of end product so we can reduce our chlorine demands. So this is again one of those ongoing ones where we're continuing to have conversations, finding out total costs. And right now we're looking at an extra $100,000 to make this come to fruition. So currently we have $400,000 in the budget. I'm requesting another $100,000, so it'll be $500,000.
What if these facilities are sold, they can't be upgraded?
Through the chair to Councillor King. We haven't come across that one yet. So what has occurred is we've looked at our sodium hypochlorite requirements, and they are going to be so large with our current treatment deficiencies that we have to go back to gas. We don't want to go back to gas up there. We'd rather go to sodium hypochlorite because of the concerns with gas and release and all the upgrades that we would have to do. So right now we're in the process of having a conversation with WorkSafe in regards to their expectations, as well as looking at our treatment processes to see if we need to upgrade cell 1 to a better treatment process.
What makes you feel we need a 25% increase budget for this to get done?
Because we had initial conversations with our consultant saying those are the costs associated with this particular upgrade. So this is to do with only the sodium hypochlorite in order to achieve what we need to do. That $400,000 was a rough estimate on my part, and the extra $100,000 is what the consultant is recommending we actually have in the budget for this project.
System improvements.
You need a budget for a new table?
An extension.
That's a little low.
Oh, here.
Over here, yeah.
So you're waiting for us?
No, I was waiting for Jared. The next three do not have reports attached to them.
Okay,
So
Sorry.
sorry, Jack, to the chair, the wastewater pump station renewal, this is Gala Crescent. We initially had 300,000 in the budget in 2022, which has been requested to be carried forward. We are going to delay the project to 2024. 600,000 dollars. Sorry, we had $600,000 in the budget. We are going to delay the project to 2024 and add an additional $50,000. The additional $50,000 is to address the deficiencies in regards to the force main. We have concerns with this current alignment. We'd like to change that alignment to come down. So this project is actually being pushed out to 2024.
That's why.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? For 2024, is it on the sewer scale thing?
Yes.
yeah,
Just a page 130.
Just a 300,000?
no, it's 50.
No,
Just
50.
above that.
So we're gonna carry forward the remaining of the 600,000 to 2024, then add an additional 50,000 to 2024. So total project will be 650, and then whatever we spend today. Same with the wastewater system improvements. We have pushed that out to 2024. So That project we've done some additional investigation, and this is in regards to a particular reverse grade section on Magnolia. We have pushed that out to 2024.
Is there rationale we don't have a report?
Because it's
they were
2024.
because they were 2024. There's no reports for them. When I did up the sheet for page 125, I had included them at the time, and when Jerry reviewed his budget, he decided to refer those ones, so I pulled those reports out. But he's still speaking to them because they're on page 125.
So the Osoyoos Golf Course, I think has approached council twice for funding. With regard to their upgrades to their irrigation system. The Osoyoos Golf Course has requested $300,000 from the town to assist with their costs associated with their upgrades. I believe that $300,000 will be going towards pump upgrades for their main pump houses.
And that's coming out of reserves.
That is going to go operating and reserves, that's correct.
What would happen if we never funded that?
That's a good question, Councilor King, not one that I have an answer for off the top of my head. If you never funded the Soyuz Golf Course, I guess they would continue to operate until they had no money, and then hold them. Have a
Well,
lot
I'm saying we wouldn't, it just kind of caught in the middle, they borrow a whole bunch of money to do work and then ask us for 300,000 and pop us up, it's kind of like. Feel like we got squashed here. Anyhow, just a comment.
They have asked for that for a couple of years, haven't they?
Yes, so their initial ask was to have the town assist in grant application, which they were unsuccessful with. The initial ask was to offset that grant application. They have now changed their approach, and they're actually self-funding their improvements. And they are still requesting town contribution to those improvements.
I mean, dark property does make sense to support it, but
Okay. So ultimately, that is our sewer operating budget. The next thing we should talk about, and that was with the rate increase of 12.848%. The next thing that we need direction from council is if council's willing to put away additional funds for the sewer reserve replacement fund. We currently have no monies going in for that, and we've got quite a number of large capital projects moving forward. If we were to do that, it would basically eliminate the need to borrow in the future.
So it's the additional $40 per year for the household.
you guys have a question. I thought in the past, not that it's a lot of money, but we were able to put about 50,000 out of the sewer in the reserve.
Yeah. And that basically went into the reserves, and that's funding the 5-year capital. So that's currently funding it, and that's where we currently have $2.26 million in reserves. But with all the large capital projects that are in there, we're only gonna have 344,000 by the end of year 2027. So it shows that our rates aren't high enough to sustain future capital projects, and it also shows with relation to the comparable rates between municipalities. What you're finding is larger centers are probably already funding for amortization within their operation. We've been so low for so long that our impact is a lot higher to catch up to the situation. So that's why the request to be there.
Your worship, maybe
Yeah,
just add
go ahead.
that comments. One of the things that we haven't done, and Mr. Zach will talk about it, is we have not put money away for our activity. So what this, additional $40 is simply doing is just feeding the animal that needs to be fed right now. It's not doing anything to repair the 50 kilometers of sewer pipe that are there. if we were doing things in the ideal world, we would actually have some of that amortization or dollars available to replace that pipe when it fails. So doing this additional is simply just dealing with the items that are immediate. Once we get an asset management plan in place, we're going to see that a lot of these other pieces of infrastructure have depreciated and they're. We've heard, previous debates that some of them already have holes and that big thing. We need to start putting funding away for that type of stuff. So there is a significant infrastructure deficit that still isn't addressed within our reserves. And that's going to be a topic for discussion in a year or two, to start setting some funds aside for that significant cost of replacing a lot of our infrastructure that is 50, 60 years old. So I just wanted to add that additional piece. This is just kind of keeping us above the water line on immediate needs over the next 4 or 5 years. It doesn't talk about this significant, I call infrastructure deficit that is still percolating that we're going to need to replace. And I have things that probably want to say.
So how do we deal with that, the amortization part of it? Because we haven't dealt with that in this, have we? Just do we wait for the asset management?
So your worship, there's two folds to this. There's the, as I said before, there's the master plan and then there's the asset management plan. What Mr. Riesling is referring to right now is trying to replace what we have. And the costs associated with replacing with what we have. That is going to be a very large number when it comes to council. The other thing that's going to come to council is trying to manage our growth. And that's going to be another big infrastructure ask. Those numbers and those suggestions haven't been accommodated for in our 5-year financial plan. They haven't been identified, they haven't been shown in any line item. In a perfect world, you give me $1.5 million a year every year for the next 20 years and I'm happier. I'm not perfect, but I'm happier. In a realistic world, probably I don't know what we're looking at. The projects that are outlined in the next 5 years within the current thing are we need to address things, and they aren't even things that we should be addressing, such as mainline lighting. We've done some camera work and we've identified sections of sewers that need to be relighted. So we're going in and doing trenchless, so we're going in and actually lighting the pipe with a PVC sleeve and doing these things. That's more cost effective than us going and digging all this stuff up, but it's still not cheap. You're probably looking to spend, upwards of 75 and 750,000 to $1 million a year just doing that. This doesn't take into account our pump stations as they're starting to age. Renewing those doesn't take into effect air valves, doesn't take into effect all the other infrastructure that comes along with sanitary sewer, doesn't come into effect with our lagoons. We've identified some of the upgrades needed, but there's more to do. There's always something. Trying to encompass all that within this it's starting to become big numbers, and again, don't want to scare people in regards to these big numbers, but eventually they are going to start to appear in this, and the shock value is going to be there. But right now, those aren't identified in here.
So what about grants? How can we?
So your worship, so what? Again, I'm not a grant expert. This is stuff that I've learned over my careers with grants. Generally, what province wants to do is look for you to improve with grants. So they want to see you do something better. They want to see you upgrade. They want to do all this stuff. Right now, grant programs aren't going towards infrastructure renewal. The feds in the province haven't gone down that path yet. Municipalities have been screaming for years that our infrastructure is underfunded. We don't have the capital to start doing, and this is typical across North America. And the state before, most of this infrastructure was put in the 60s, the 50s and 60s, and now all of a sudden municipalities went, oh, we're coming to that life expectancy and we don't have the money to do so. So currently there are no grant programs in play for infrastructure renewal. There are grant programs in play for upgrading our treatment process at the lagoons, which again is a catch-22 because I agree my treatment process now got greater maintenance requirements and costs associated with that treatment upgrade. So now I've got to look at, okay, well, now just put in this fancy dancy new building and this fancy dancy new treatment thing, and now I've got to maintain it. So then our maintenance costs go up. So everything's a catch-22. So getting back to your question in regards to grant funding, yes, we can get grant funding for improvements more easily than getting grant funding for system renewal.
Do we have enough people that know how to do the grant applications? That's something else that was mentioned.
I'm gonna pass that
all
off to
departments,
Mr.
maybe.
Reed.
Yeah,
So your work, it is something on our plate, the leadership team, we've identified, done kind of a SWOT analysis to see some of our opportunities, and that is identified as one of our risk areas that, we're going to do a bit deeper scan on, you know, maybe what are some of the opportunities we potentially are missing if we had some resource that was dedicated to just grant writing. We have been fortunate in some cases that, you know, some of our engineers and some of our consultants have actually done a lot of the legwork on the grants. Unfortunately, people like Drew have a lot of experience with grant writing, and in fact, we heard that in a training session, their template was used during other municipalities. So we're fairly confident in some of the stuff that we've got some good people there, but I guess to quickly answer your question, we think it's something we need to do a deeper dive on, and is you know, over the next few months, we're gonna take a look at what, you know, what some of our options are in that to see exactly how much we're potentially missing. But I think I want to echo Mr. Bronstein's comments in that has been a trend, definitely even in Alberta, but federally, it's to spur new development or improvement. That's why we're hopeful, at least on the water side, that we'll get grants for the manganese issue. Because that is an improvement of a standard, so we should get a few more points, and all the grant applications with several check boxes. If you are doing certain things, the more check boxes you get, the better chance you have of going to the top of the chart. So, it's a long answer, but we just need more time to look at our potential opportunities.
so I'm glad it's on the agenda to look at. Thank you, Ken. Go ahead, Mr. Zackel, and then Councilor Bennett.
Thank you, Mayor McCord. Just so council understands as well, if we only increase that reserve amount by $20 a year as an example for 5 years, it would raise an extra $1.73 million. So just by doing that at minimum, that alleviates the borrowing that's required in 2026, but it doesn't do anything for future capital. We would be still stuck with the reserve balance of only 344,000 at 2027. But it just goes to show by doing this, it would absolutely assist moving forward. It's just to what level council's willing to ascertain.
Maybe I could say just one more thing. It was interesting, Ms. Bronstein, maybe you can shed some light on this, but to reline or replace only about 400 meters of sewer line, it is about 1.2 million-ish. So 400 meters is like, you know, half a kilometer, we have 51 kilometers. And again, most of our lines are in that 60-year life. You start doing the math, there's no money associated with that, and they are at the end of the life. So that's why I think administration is very concerned with our, what I call an infrastructure deficit. And so the more we can pump up some of those reserves, because we are gonna have to pay at some point. You know, Oliver started a renewal program, a couple of blocks a year, which is over $1 million a year. And raising this 5%, again, just looking after our immediate crunch. It's not thinking of those 50 kilometers of line that are in the ground that's we're gonna need to invest. It's probably at least $1 million a year. Hopefully, we don't have major breaks, and we can do it over a 20-year period, but then our infrastructure is getting to 80 years old. It's just kind of a ticking concern. So
we appreciate the fact that you picked up on this, because I don't think it had been brought forward in this way in the past, so, we appreciate it. Councilor Bennett. Yes, your
Thank
turn.
you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree this $40, because if we don't start doing it now, we're just taking out other reserves. And down the road, if we turn around and borrow down here, that's a lot more than $40 a home. If we wait for that long, because now we're talking about that $40 can be $60 or $80 that we're gonna have to charge people. So do we pay charging 40 now? Or do we charge them 80 5 years down the road, which it seems like we've been doing. And that's why our reserves are coming down, and we're getting behind, so we have to start looking forward.
Go ahead.
So if we take this big hit like this year for the next 5 years, you're not gonna ask for any increase next year in sewer?
There is a 5% increase just to take care of the operational
Right.
increases as well.
I can understand that side of the wages.
It's and getting up to that threshold, the 5-year window. It basically injects an additional $1.1 million a year. To be able to upgrade infrastructure with respect to sewer, so it takes it from what was it here? 328,000 is what we have available to do capital projects right now, so it's not even a drop in the bucket. By doing this, we'd be increasing it to just about $1.4 million, which at least that's now becoming more sustainable.
Thank you.
So, Your Worship, I'd just like to make one comment back to Chair Council King. To answer your question, no. What'll end up happening is the trick is when we start looking at, improvements, and we start looking at treatment changes, we start looking at, replacing things, bringing things into the more modern age. Unfortunately, the maintenance costs need to reflect that, and it will probably end up being staffing costs and an increase in operating budgets. With more staffing it's a catch-22. I'm gonna ask for more staff, but then I'm gonna be able to do more work, so that I need more money to maintain. Right now, our operating budgets are being annihilated every year. So as I increase my staffing levels to do more, I am going to be coming back to the council and saying, I need more money in order to maintain what we have. Those figures haven't been developed yet. The utility superintendent and myself are in the process of reviewing that and trying to understand what that looks like. But from a wastewater side, if we do improvements to lagoons in regards to CUV treatments, or we look at cell one replacement to a more advanced treatment process, with that becomes the need for more staff, and then comes the need for more operating costs to make sure that those treatment processes continue to operate like they're supposed to. So, to answer your question, I apologize, I can't forecast the cost at this particular time, but there will be additional operating requests beyond what we need for capital replacement.
My understanding, right, though, if we support this and the golf course gets 300,000. Does that open up that 300,000 for the following year, like, or that just adds up in the following? You understand what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
If we contribute that 300,000 to the golf course, it's gone. That's kind of out of reserves, that comes out of our balance. If we don't do it, it stays in reserves. The net effect is we go from 344,000 if you're 2027 to 700,000. So it's really not.
Go ahead, Councillor Chong.
So thank you for presenting the current status in the next 5 years. Why 12.48%? Because it seems like we're in a bit of a position where we're going to need more funds in the next 5 years. Why not do 13 or 14%? I know it's an unpopular opinion to raise taxes by that much or fees by that much, but it looks like we have a problem of not enough money, but a lot of stuff that needs to be fixed and replaced.
Okay, go ahead.
And that's very understandable. Basically, what that 12.48% increase was relating to was balancing the operational budget. Maintaining the same level of funding available for capital projects. So that's the one component, trying to keep that one level. The second request is basically to increase that level so that there's far more additional funds available for capital projects than what we're at, so. The 12.48 was the minimum request that staff was making, and it would be beneficial to have that increased, basically almost double with that $40.
Thank you.
Your worship, not to keep belaboring this point, but, I know this is kind of a dangerous comment, but when you look at larger centers, you're typically more, advanced in asset management and just business practices, you know, leave it at that, because they have no choice, because they're dealing with multiple millions of dollars. And so when you look at larger organizations, and there's tons of differences, right? You compare to the bigger cities, there's different plants, there's all different types of stuff. But at the end of the day, you still gotta get safe water to people. And so a lot of the costs are similar, and not identical, but it's, you know, you got water and you gotta treat it, and so you get the tap. You got pipes, you got people maintaining. And when you really look at those municipalities that are maybe at that next level or operate truly as a utility, and you look at some of their costs. Just for example, looking at Vancouver, again, I realize me saying this is gonna say we're not Vancouver, but they have to deliver water. And look at our costs for water and sewer, and we're floating in that range of $800. You look at Vancouver and you're floating around 1,500. So I'm not saying we are Vancouver, but if you look at the difference, almost double, there's a reason for that. They are in a state of, you know, looking at some of the replacement of pipes, look at some of the other cities as well, they're all in that 1,200 plus for those infrastructure pieces.
So one thing I'd just like to add to that, if you don't mind moving through and through the chair, the city of Vancouver does not produce their own water. They buy the water from Metro Van. So their infrastructure costs are distribution only. We as a smaller community now need to look at production, distribution, storage, treatment. So when you start relating us to the city of Vancouver, our systems are actually more complex. If you relate our systems to, say, City of Chilliwack, more representative. They produce, treat, storage, distribute. City of Kamloops, City of Kelowna, those are closer to us in regards to what they do and what they produce. So if you look at the City of Vancouver, who's doing $1,500, and that is just for distribution. So that shows you how far we are behind.
Well, is there an appetite to look at possibly increasing the sewer fees instead of a 12.48% to go higher? I mean, maybe that's something we need to look at right now. I don't know.
If your worship, there is no doubt, zero doubt that we're gonna have to do these things. That $40 that's in the budget is just getting us through to 2026 without any other issues. And I hate to say this, but even the inflation, depending on what the heck that does, that's their guesstimates of today. That is just getting through it. Has nothing to do with the 50 kilometers of pipe, of which, I don't know, 70–80% is at 60–70 years old. 1.2 million to do less than a half a kilometer. If you start doing that math, we are in multiple millions of dollars in debt. Very, very, very soon. It is not, we can wait a bit. but it's coming, so, the higher we can go now, the more leveled off we can do potential massive spikes, and also reducing, borrowing costs, that now it's probably 4.75%. It also gives our CFO some ability to do some, look at opportunities as far as investments, depending on what the interest rates are. If you've got a little bit of cushion within your reserves, you can make strategic decisions on, no, let's keep money invested, now it's better to borrow, or now it's time to like not borrow and use reserves. Going down to a zero gives us very limited ability to make wise financial decisions, so it is coming. It just depends on whether this council wants to start putting a little bit more money in that bucket to give us some flexibility and to address what we know is that massive infrastructure deficit in the ground that we can't see. So it's coming. It just depends how much flexibility we want to have. I'll keep repeating it, but we proposed within the budget another $40. But again, that is a drop in the bucket of what we need.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Chong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what percentage in an ideal world would make everyone happy?
You want
Like
to
realistically speaking.
The problem right now, and is we have not done an asset management plan. We haven't done all those plans. So giving you a really good number is it is impossible. We know the number is huge though. So I think, you know, if I had my way and I was a business at this stage, I would like to go to maybe even averages of all the municipalities on all of our amounts. So you need to look at your property tax and your utilities. If you look at those three big budgets, I think on the property tax side, we're about $550 less than the average of the 8 municipalities, and the utilities were another few $100. I think we're talking about $800 just to get to the average of the all the municipalities, and then we're probably starting to float. Starting to put us in a position that we can have some flexibility, but unfortunately, Councilor Chong, we can't give you an exact number, but the additional 5% we're proposing is, I think one of the reasons we chose that is sticker shock. Going to a higher number is just a sticker shock, but honestly, it's now going to the averages would give us at least some time in a year, 2 or 3. We're hoping to have these asset management plans available so that you can make some more informed decisions. So I never really answered your question, but it's whatever you think you can actually tolerate or that we can sell to the public is the number we should go to. And maybe
So essentially, as much as we can do is what, yeah.
as much as you think the public and their businesses can actually absorb at this point, will save them down the road.
Do you got a suggestion, Councillor Chong?
A suggestion for-
15. What were you gonna say?
No, I was just trying to clarify your question there. Do I have a suggestion for?
Yes, for the
the
amount that we should, yeah, the percentage.
Well, as Mr. Riesling said, like there's no way to have an exact number, but that's where I kind of would ask the question to Director Brunstein and seeing if there is a not exact perfect number, but a rough estimate. Like would 20% make you happy? Not saying we're gonna do that, but let's find a compromise here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was thinking 15, and I wondered what it would look like if we did 15, but Councillor, or Mr. Zacco.
Thank you. So to answer Mr. Chong's question regarding the percentage increase that we would need to do that 3769 increase for the operational plus the $40. It is a 25.75% increase. It would bring our water rates from $302.04 to $379.82. And we would still be in, we'd be in a higher average of the users in the valley, but we would be third highest based on 2022 values.
So that's 25%.
That's sewer.
Oh,
This is water.
Sorry. Water and drain.
So instead of doubling that then, instead of 12.48, you're suggesting that that would happen with a 25%.
25.75% is what it is. That was being recommended in here.
What do you think?
I can't support that. I go back to the original, the staff did a great job. They come up with the 12.48. I think we should stay with 12.48. That's a major increase from previous years. I have no problem supporting that, but to double that just seems quite out of the reach of people.
If we did that this year, is it like next year, we could come back and look again? Is it better to take a big jump this year or do, which is, this already is a big jump, and then do another one next year? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what works best. Counselor Bennett.
Hey, Madam Mayor, do we take this and you present this to us with the budget? Mrs. Apple, and then if you come back and then once we're done, the water, the sewer, the fire, and everything else. Then you come back and say, here's what happens if you increase this by 15 and then you increase it by 25. Because we're just talking sewer now, we're going increases here, and increases here, and increases here. We've got to look at a little bigger picture down at the end. Then go back and cut back where, how much can we afford? Oh, right. We go 25% now, then maybe there's some room for anything else, okay?
That's fair.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Just to give council the awareness. By not putting any money into the future reserve in 2023, but doing it in future years, we're basically losing 1.15 million in potential reserve funds. So it is a significant impact if we don't do it. But that's just so that you're aware of that.
Your worship. It depends on how council wants to view this, and getting back to your question, of whether it be front load or back load. If you front load it, you get rid of the pain up front. You start to address things sooner, and you're not having to now defer that loading out. What you'll find if you start to defer the loading out, your costs are going to go up. So that's the catch-22 to trying to manage this, and I get it, a 25% rate increase is large percentage-wise. Cost-wise, it's not huge dollars. It's what, $50 a year?
77.
So you're going from $40 to $80.
Yeah.
That's a major increase. That's what my comment.
Yeah, no, yeah, and again, that's council's decision on whether or not, they want to basically either front load this or back load this. There are advantages to going down both paths, and coming to. Or trying to spread that loading out over the next 5 years. What you're probably gonna find in that next 5 years, at the end of the 5 years, you're gonna have to now backload this. And it's your costs are gonna go up that much more, financial wise, in regards to rate increases at the end of the 5-year cycle. So again, it's a hard decision for council, I get it, but just to give you all the information, those are your two options.
So basically, 25.75% increase as well is $6.47 a month as far as an increase to sewer. To put that also into context,
$6.47
$0.47
rather than
per month.
$3.14 right now.
Right.
I mean, that sounds good at a month, but
Yeah.
times that by 12. And then add that $80 onto a tax bill, it's 25%. Which I think is ludicrous personally. I got to overemphasize that. Staff come to the table with, I thought was high to start with, but obviously we need it at the 12.48 or whatever it is here. So I still have to stick with your recommendation originally. But let's go through some more and see if there's any money we save somewhere.
Okay, I see. Counselor Chong.
So my concern is with the current instability with, well, global and local economy, a dollar today is gonna mean very different, a dollar 4 years down the road. So we've seen what happens when we don't jump on certain projects, the costs just skyrocket. So in my head, front loading the rate increase is much more advantageous in allowing us to complete these projects in a more timely manner, or just simply to put money away. Because as it's been outlined, we have a lot of aging infrastructure that no one can see. This costs are skyrocketing with replacing this infrastructure, and we need funds to do that. So those are the facts, and I just don't see an option where we don't increase the rates even further so that we can save ourselves that inevitable headache 4 years, 5 years down the road. But that's just my opinion.
Thank you.
And again, I guess this money we just stored in reserve, you're not talking about doing any more work. Or we haven't been presented how you'd spend this money if you receive this extra $1 million.
And I
Go
So,
ahead. Counselor Chong, and then
in
Mr.
response with Councillor King's comment there, yes, like that, I believe it's not going to doing extra work, but we'll be in a position where when we need to do those projects, we'll actually have the funds available to us as opposed to having zeros in the bank account. So it just depends on which position do we want to be in.
Go ahead, Mr. Zacco.
So, and that's correct. Basically, right now we'd be borrowing $1.75 million in the 5-year capital. If we did this type of front loading, we would basically be paying for that in cash, not having to finance and borrow, and have that 20-year debt on the municipality. So, but no other additional projects.
Yes.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. If we borrow that 1.75 million. What's that gonna mean each taxpayer over 20 years?
Well, basically, and these are old rates now, just make sure I got. That's water.
2365.
Yeah, so 2365 is the amount that would have been projected at that current rate of 4.3%. But what we're seeing over the last 6 months and even forecasting out, that rate could be going up higher, or it already has gone up higher.
Okay.
So as we delay, as we wait, those annual costs or cost per user will be going up exponentially with the interest rate going up.
So when you say 2365, what does that compare to the $50 and $80?
Basically, we wouldn't have to charge that 2383 to the taxpayer if we were taking care of.
Well, I know that, but what are we charging? What the cost of that?
The cost, if it was on that current interest rate, would have been 2365 to do that project
Extra.
alone on top of every years.
Yeah.
So
So that would go back to the taxpayer.
Yeah.
yes,
Won't go back, it's just gonna be a
that's gonna
charge.
be charged.
Per house.
But they're all original.
I guess I go back to Councilor Bennett's comment, maybe we should continue through and see how much more money we want to spend. I don't want to spend before we make any decisions.
Jump in if you need to. Counselor Clarita.
Thank you, Richard. Just a quick question, to be sure to address Zachary. The 12.40% is not including the extra $40 per year, correct?
That's correct.
So, I think that's not a bad idea that we, can we sort of table this for now, leave it as it is and go through everything else and then come back to this and see if we want to change it? Is
Absolutely. Yeah.
that okay with everybody? That we do it that way? Okay, thank you very much.
And we're just to
Yeah,
add more piece, it just, need to. Unfortunately, the theme is gonna be the same. Right, we're gonna hit water, it's gonna be the same, we're gonna hit the municipal budget, it's gonna be the same. Recreation is a little different because it's already kind of gone through RUS and us here. We're putting nothing in reserve there too, so I appreciate that comment and trying to go at the end, here, it's just kind of stabilized. But every piece, the common thing throughout each of our departments and operations, so. But it is good, it is okay to wait. to the
Yeah.
end, to figure out which bucket maybe you want to start to prepare for, or you want to start to prepare for, but, this one, you know, it doesn't change.
So we're kind of at odds at the moment about how we go ahead with this, and that was just, let's go on with the next things and see, and then we absolutely want to bring it back.
Yeah, well, then you can make a decision based on the impact and all that.
Okay.
The old one.
Yeah.
Has anybody got any lotto tickets that they'd like to? That's what we need, isn't it? Did you have a comment, chief?
Oh,
Sing a song.
I just have a thought, but it probably shouldn't. It's just over 50 years, a resident that have lived here hasn't had to be put under those pressures for the infrastructure that they've enjoyed over the last 50 years. Comparatively to the people that are in a position now of potentially financing whatever council's decision is for not looking after that infrastructure during that taxable time. So, yeah, it's but anyway, I have nothing to say.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, we'll move on to the water, which is page 134. So this budget is being presented with a 9% increase to water user fees and a 7.81% increase to water district user fees. This increase for single family residential rate will go from $394.09 to $429.56, which is an increase of $35.47 to $295 a month for single family residents. The rate comparisons for 2022 had West Kelowna at $770, Summerland at $668, Penticton $549, and us at $394. This will increase revenues by $230,400 to $14,200 from new construction, which will be utilized to offset the increase in operating expenditures. And in the five-year operating 24 to 27, it's also budgeted for a 5% annual increase to offset the additional costs. There's no provision in this budget as well for fund amortization. 2021's water amortization was $284,340, with a total accumulated amortization of $5.275 million. No provision as the water system ages on this one here. What we're proposing to set up for the water reserve fund is an additional $30 a year or $2.50 a month, which would result in year one's increase of $183,700. And what we've got is our current reserve balance of $5.34 million. By the end of year 2027, our water reserves will be down to $867,000. By establishing that additional $30 per year, it would increase our reserve balance up to $2.75 million by year 2027. Under operating expenditures, they've increased by $232,953, or 10.86% for 2022. Again, these increases are wages and salaries, $165,640, includes the one new full-time equivalent position, which represents a 6.18% increase to operational expenses. Increase to QP wages of 2%, plus overhead of $14,000. Council site adjustment for $3,490. We got an increase to chlorine costs of $49,200, which is $92 in the water district and $40 in town. Maintenance materials increasing by $125, and an increase in contingency budget from $20,000 to $30,000 to allow for funding in case of unforeseen circumstances. So with the 2023 to 2027 water capital projects, they include the electrical SCADA upgrades of $448,000, asset management master plan upgrade of $1 million, universal water metering of $4.74 million, Groundwater treatment system, $11.3 million. New domestic production well number 9, $5.6 million. Water facility standby power generation, 500,000. Fire hydrant upgrade program, 80,000. Major maintenance, 200,000. Water quality upgrades, automatic flushing points, 300,000. New 340 booster station, $1.5 million. Occupational health and safety upgrades, 700,000. Chlorine system upgrades, 100,000. Pump and motor replace, 90,000. Headwork remediate agricultural systems, 980,000. Pump station review and capital plan, 50,000. Instrumentation upgrades, 245,000. Water system in-connect agricultural to domestic system, 75,000. Well number 4 and 5 flood and erosion proofing, 1.5 million. And well number 8 flood and erosion proofing, 1.1 million. So in the 2023 to 2027 water capital projects, there's a number of projects in the water fund that are requiring borrowing. And the borrowing would start in 2024 with the asset management master plan upgrading of 500,000. In 2024 to the universal water metering of $2 million. 2024 groundwater treatment plant of $1.3 million. In 2025, the borrowing required is $918,173. In 2025, new domestic production of $5.075 million. 2026 asset management master plan upgrading of $219,000. In 2026 water treatment plan of $73,000. And in 2027 borrowing of $601,000. Quite a significant amount of borrowing required in our water capital. At this point in time, we will pass it over to Jared. And he can again talk to the full-time equivalent position requested for the water operations. Page 147.
And I point out that this particular report is the same as the one on page 123, because it's water and sewer together.
That's
So thank you, your worship. Yes, this is the water aspect of the water and sewer position. So again, we're looking for $152,626 for another FTE. This will be paid for by the water systems, so this will include the agricultural and the natural water supply system. This FTE again is to help support with some of our maintenance efficiencies within both the water and sewer system.
Anybody have any questions or concerns about that?
I have a question.
130.
Thank you, Edgar.
Okay.
If we increased it through our bylaws, the water rates, would that help us offset some costs? Is that the taxpayer? I mean, it's indirectly a taxpayer, but.
that's what this budget is all about, is water rates.
Yes. Yeah.
We'll move on.
So I'm just on page 138, are these the new rates or the old rates?
These are basically the rates at the 9% increase.
Okay.
138. Go ahead, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Gerald, on the well number 4 and 5, flood and road improvement, and well number 8. Those pretty big numbers, and if we're looking at maybe those wells being replaced, are those different than 4, 5, and 8? When we spend this money on those, if we're thinking one of them have to replace, but these ones that are good.
Through the chair to Councilor Bennett, these are two different discussions. So the flood proofing and erosion control, those well sites will remain. However, there may be requirements for improvements to the pump and motor and electrical systems. So no matter how we look at this, the flood and erosion proofing needs to be completed because of the location of those wells. Those wells will not be replaced nor moved. I just want to make council aware that those two projects are potentially fully grant funded. So that was not a direct requirement. So taxpayer costs at this point, however, if we are unsuccessful in grant funding, these projects will end up coming back to council and saying, okay, how are we going to fund these in the long term?
So if we don't do that, we could lose the well totally if there was a flood.
That is correct, Your Worship.
But is it,
Yeah, go ahead.
isn't the question is if we made one of those wells redundant? And we spent the $1.5 million on a new well.
I don't think.
Sorry,
That
should
might be
Richard,
a floodplain.
sorry, do Richard,
Okay.
tell that would be. We, at no point will we have a redundant well. We will have the ability to supply the water in which is being demanded. 4 or 5 are our largest production wells as it stands right now. If we were successful in finding an additional well 9, we may be able to help offset what 4 or 5 provide us and what 8 provide us. We will never be able to shut any of our wells down and say that they are not needed to provide demand. As this community grows, we are going to require more water. No matter how we look at this, even with metering, we will defer the requirements of more water. However, if council continues to look at providing water and sewer outside town boundaries, at some point, even with metering, I need more water because we're.
Go ahead.
And one other question, how did we ever come up with $1 million figure for the asset management plan?
So through the chair to Councillor King, that was a guesstimate by myself, just to put a placeholder within the budget to give council understanding the magnitude in which this may come out. In all honesty, once the master plan and the asset management plans are created, the number may triple.
It might come down to half, it could.
Sure, that would be fantastic when we could come to that realization, but that $500,000 would then be probably deferred over the next 50 years.
No, but it's related, it's a hypothetical number.
It is a hypothetical number. It's probably on the low side, in all honesty, but it is a hypothetical number. You are correct.
I mean, your asset management plan is just gonna give you a book like this telling you what you should fix when.
So the asset management plan will show us our replacement of our existing assets. And then our master plan will show what we need to improve to accommodate development and growth.
And I thought over the last year or so, we've been accumulating our assets or starting to keep track of what our assets are or where they are.
Yep, we are.
Isn't it half, the asset isn't half of it done already then?
So these are two, I guess we're having 2 different conversations here, Councilor King. So the $1 million is to address replacement. The actual physical construction and replacement costs.
Okay.
The asset management plan, the $75,000 is to create that book that's gonna sit on my shelf that I'm referring to every year going, I need more money. That's what that $75,000, the $1 million is to provide council with a little bit of a heads up of construction costs related to those investments.
Okay, go ahead. Councillor Appleby.
Through Mr. Zappel. The 9% that's proposed here, I take it does not include a $30 buffer a year.
That's correct. So if we were to include that $30 buffer, it would be a 16.61% increase.
Okay, next question. Where would this be attached to on my water bill, my parcel tax or my metering?
This would be, we're not metering yet.
No, okay, on my water flat rate.
So the domestic and irrigation, basically, you would see those increases to them. So it would be,
So it'd be my daily user rate or my monthly user rate or yearly user rate.
so the water rates and water district rates would be increased by $65.47 for the single family resident. And then the other components that are the larger water users, they would pay that percentage of increase.
Where does the parcel tax fit into it?
You're talking about the parcel irrigation
Right.
charge? It
Well,
would
that's
be
on my bill, I get a flat rate. And then I get another number for the size of my parcel.
Yes, so you get a parcel irrigation charge and you get the domestic charge, so they would both go up by that 16.61%.
They would both go up.
So your water bill, just like town water bills, would go up by 16.
But this is town water. I'm talking about town water.
Yeah, so town water is going to go up by 16.61%.
Which one's what,
$65.47.
$65 a year?
Any other questions?
We want to increase that?
So we're keeping track of all these upgrades. then?
Yeah. And I've got a
Sewer and then the
spreadsheet
water.
that shows the total increases on, based on what we've got. So the 2022 capital projects being carried forward, this is page 149. The water master plan, $75,000. Chlorine system upgrades, $59,738. Occupational health and safety upgrades, $226,027. Pump upgrade for the park irrigation at Gyro, $25,000. The reservoir upgrade for 340 reservoir, $619,651. And standby power for the production well booster station of $125,000. Likewise, these numbers will be adjusted to the actual funds that are spent in 2022. So those carry forward numbers may come down. Now moving on.
Just a minute.
Yep.
I guess I have the same question. Everything seems to be moving further. Is it parts, people that do the work, or why can't we get this done within a 12-month time span?
Go through the chair to Councillor King. The water master plan is in the works. I just haven't received any invoicing for it. That's why it hasn't shown up in this. The chlorine system upgrades, again, is an ongoing operational upgrade. The utility superintendent is busy spending this money. Unfortunately, again, due to supply chain issues, some of the stuff doesn't come in as fast as we'd like it to come in, so you're gonna see those costs deferred. It's not like we're not moving forward with this, but we don't pay for it until we get it. So the reason why these numbers are being carried forward is the equipment hasn't shown up, so we have to pay for it. The OHS upgrades, again, this is us having conversations with WorkSafe. This is us, moving forward with our consultant to make sure that we're addressing the orders written. Again, they're moving parts, and sometimes things have to wait for other people to respond to us, and etc. The pump upgrades, this one, I apologize, shouldn't have done this year. It will be done by March of 2023. I've taken that project over. I think maybe you can write that down. The reservoir upgrades, RFP should be released by the end of the month, and then we're hoping for construction spring 2023 for the valve chamber itself. We will not be doing reservoir tie-ins until fall of 2023. And as for the standby power stuff, we are still working with our consultant on that one and achieving the requirements for each one of those facilities. And they have not invoiced me the date for any of the work they've done.
No, I respect it comes down to time and when things get done, and I respect moving forward. But then I get into 223 and things that are gonna get done in 223, not these that are moving forward, the new projects. Then are they just gonna kind of get done or move forward and move like they did?
We can discuss those when we get to those projects, because a lot of these projects are large, and a lot of these projects are multi-year projects. It will not be done in one calendar year. But again, I appreciate your coming from Councilor King. Yes, some of these have been sitting here far too long, and some of them I have now taken over.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Chong, did you have a question? Oh, okay.
Okay, so page 151 is first project.
So again, this is the water side of our SCADA upgrades. So again, being the fact that we have a lot more demand on our SCADA system from our sewer side than we do from our water side. Again, adversely, our water system only pays for approximately 50% of those upgrades. So our request for 2023 is actually 97,000 something. Hang on.
Here it's just 95.
95,704.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we take whatever we had left over from 2022 and add to that to allow us to continue with these upgrades. And these upgrades are ongoing operationally. We are working with our electric consultants as well as our electrical contractor to get these upgrades done. And again, we've had some supply chain issues with this stuff. We had to order some specialty adapters and we've been waiting almost 8 months for them.
Go ahead, Councillor Chong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With the SCADA upgrades, what's the usual lifespan on this type of technology?
Right now, we're dealing with 20-year technology. Some of our PLCs are 20 years old and now we're having issues finding parts, etc. As with any electronic, in a perfect world, we'd be probably looking at upgrades every 5 to 10 years. In reality, I'd probably go up to 15 and we'll probably get 15-year life expectancy out of our PLCs. However, this won't negate the fact that we need to continually look at our SCADA system and provide upgrades. One of the major costs that are coming this out right now is a software upgrade and a software change. So that has been a significant cost to us and that is a one-time shot. So we won't have to do that again. We'll pay for our yearly subscription, which will keep our SCADA system up to date. Does that answer your question, Councilor Tom?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Page 153.
So this is a production well exploration request. This is $160,000. This is part of our master planning for our water system. This is to identify potential sites for future production wells. The cost associated with this is mostly drilling. We will sink 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 test sites. Of those, 2 of those will be outfitted to be turned into production wells fairly quickly. So we'll end up sinking casings and screens large enough to facilitate production if we're successful in finding water. We're hopeful that these sites will be successful and that we will have opportunity for growth. However, these are not guaranteed. We may go in and drill these wells and find that we can't find water, or the water quality that we're finding is not what we need nor want. The big one will be aquifer recharge and the ability to pump out of that aquifer and how it influences everything around it. We would like to see something in the 70 liters per second range so that we have the ability to again growth for the next 20 years. Reality, we may only find 20 liters per second, 30 liters per second. So it's a little bit of a crapshoot. And again, without us going and doing this exploration, I can't provide the opportunity for it. So this again is probably one of those we need to do this and provide that information to our later action plan.
So the one well that was drilled at the roundabout across from Lions Park, that we paid for that one. It was there, it was ready to go, and then Interior Health said no. Am I correct? So what do we do? Just abandon it or?
So your worship, you are correct. Well 7 was drilled. I'm not sure when. It was probably 15 years ago. That well, we have proposed to IHA. IHA has come back and they find that the location of the head is at too high risk for potential for contamination. Operationally, and again, I'm not 100% on this one, but I have heard operationally that if we were to bring well 7 online, it would adversely affect the production of well 6. So if we brought well 7 online and we started pumping out of well 7, we would see a reduction in well 6. So therefore, what's the point of bringing well 7 online? We're losing capacity. So we will look for that ultimate well 9 and try to find something that will not be influenced by something else. So yes, so well 7 is off.
So you're being very careful about where you
Yes.
might drill well 9.
Yeah.
In order to not run into that.
That's probably it, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Borehole for lithology only, land after well, after drilling. What are those 3 mean?
So those are the ones where we think there may be water, but we're not sure. So what we will do is we'll do an exploration drill and find out what the consistency of the ground is like. So we've got gravels and sands, or we've got silts and clays. That location is within influence of the lake. There is potentially, we may find a clay layer, we may find something that is undesirable in regards to a production well. So that is when we go in and we just drill down and see what's there, see if there actually we find water. And then it'll be abandoned in place. So if we do find water and we do find that the ground within that area is successful to a well, and we need that site, say in 30 years, we know it's good. Or we know it's not good, so then we have to explore somewhere else. So that's what that is for.
Go ahead.
How deep are you planning going on each of these?
Depends on what we find, Council Appleby. These are probably 30 to 50 feet. In that range, well, 4 or 5. They are 30 and 40. I think well 3 is about 50. In comparison, they are shallow wells. Wells normally go down about 120. So either way down that aquifer, but what we find in this particular aquifer is our sweet spot is between 30 and 40 feet.
Go ahead, Counselor King.
You're talking about possibly drilling a well there on Maple Street?
Yes.
Would that interfere with development further? Is that on our property down there?
So this will be coming to council further down the path, but there have been initial discussions with amongst administration that the property on Maple would be an ideal site for a new production well and a water treatment plant. That would still allow the development off the property off of Poplar and Cottonwood for future housing, whatever is decided by council. So yes, that property would be forfeited to the utility.
So are you saying you won't be drilling that particular well till we get a
Nope.
updated report or?
We will be drilling that well. That well will be there. It can be abandoned at any point if council decides that that is not a feasible location.
But it would be off to one
It
side.
would be on one side. I'm not gonna plug it right in the middle of the property.
I do funny things in the towns.
No, that is the ultimate ask for council, is that property be transferred over to the utility and be in a good place for a treatment plant. Gets out of Jack Shaw Park, which is already crowded.
And the other one down at the end of Cottonwood, that's in our park down there, you'd be drilling? Is it the
Yes.
north end?
Yeah.
That's on our park property, city
It's on our
property.
property, I think, yeah.
We're right, like you're already at water level there.
No different than 4 or 5, no different than 8.
And I will take underwater in the.
With that musical site would definitely be built high enough that it wouldn't be anything but that.
When you build the washroom up 3 feet.
Exactly, that one doesn't get flooded.
That's good.
Okay. So are you planning to do those drillings this year? And
So
we
these
won't
drillings,
know?
if successful, then council approves the budget, would start probably January, February 2023.
And you'll sort of do all of them,
Yes.
just to sort of give us some information, okay?
And 160,000 is enough to drill 5 holes?
According to the estimates that have been provided, yes.
Okay. Good.
Okay. Thank you.
Your worship, this is the discussion in regards to universal water metering. This is a budget proposal of $4.7 million to implement a universal water metering within the community. This project, again, has been ongoing with council. It is something that we have spent $75,000 to develop an implementation plan, and an implementation plan has been presented to the council. This is the next step. This is putting meters in people's homes. This is putting meters on strata properties. This is providing meters to every water connection in the community. The 4.7 would be split up between reserves and borrowing, and I believe the reserves is at 2.7 and borrowing at $2 million. Is there any discussion in regards to music?
I gotta ask questions. If this goes forward with meters, do you foresee which order you start implementing them, or like commercial would go first, or residential, or some of each?
Through the chair, Councilor King, we would leave that up to the successful contractor. We would say here's our preferred start, but they will have their means in which they'll want to go ahead. We are currently proposing that most stratas be outfitted with a bulk meter at property line, which would require excavation, a pit and a large. What we call a fire flow meter, which is about 20 grand a pop, depending on the size, so.
I guess it was kind of brought to our attention last night, I guess the hotels are one of the big users of water. Was there any thought of, not to identify them, but to identify them as kind of a first option along those stratas?
We can make any recommendations within the RFP process in regards to where we feel first meter should be going in. If that's something the council feels is high priority, then we would make that a high priority.
Well, it's the best chance of saving the most water if there's a leak or something there.
I guess one thing I'd like to clarify in regards to metering, and I did listen to the gentleman last night. Metering will help us determine water loss as a total.
Yes.
It will help us determine water loss on private property. It also will help us determine water loss within our distribution systems. Right now, in all honesty, we feel we don't have a lot of water loss in our distribution system. What we find is during the winter, our demands are right where they should be. So it's in the summer when everybody turns on their sprinkler systems and our demands go through the roof. That is our largest consumer of water. I agree, you know, hotels are probably a fairly significant user. Most people when they're on vacation don't do a water conservation. You know, when I'm on vacation, I'm having that half-hour shower. And in Vegas, who had worse water problems than we do. So I agree, it's gonna be something of. It's gonna provide us with a wealth of information once this metering is done. It's going to now. Show the community what their water consumption is like. There are going to be options, and I'm not saying this is gonna be. For sure, go ahead. But there may be a presentation or an option to a particular supplier that we may be able to go to RMI, which is a remote metering system, and it is real time. So this provides the end user with the same abilities. I don't know if anybody knows about BC Hydro, but BC Hydro has a login. You can go in and see how your power is being used on an hourly basis, and you can start to trend it and start to see how you're consuming your power. That could be the same potential for metering. We can allow people to log into their physical meter and see how they're consuming, when they're consuming, how much they're consuming. They can get leak alerts, they can get backflow alerts, they can get all these things, and they can set this all up from an interactive perspective. However, this now presents the position with our finance department is whether or not they want to meter or bill monthly, quarterly, or yearly. There are advantages to all three, and there are disadvantages to all three. Monthly, you will probably get the best response in regards to the water conservation aspect, because people start to go, ooh, I made the bill, and it's gone up this month. It's no different than your electrical bill. You go, oh, I got this and it went up this month. Quarterly, there's advantages because of the fact that it's not as staff consuming. And yearly is the same way. However, you don't get the same reaction from the community in regards to when water consumption is going up. I can just get a bill at the end of the year again, and then it's set off.
Well, I guess I see meters gives you or somebody a lot of data, but it doesn't really resolve anything.
So what we find with once we put metering in, and this has been proven time and time again across every municipality that's metered, is you will see a demand reduction. Because people go, ooh, I can't pay for this. Some communities, they've seen actually some users continue to use as they've always used. But their expense goes through the roof. So they're paying for what they're using. The unfortunate part right now on a flat rate is you don't pay for what you use. So I can be one of those water hogs and I can water my lawn every day. I can turn my irrigation on every night. And nobody's a wetland. When as soon as you put metering in there, then I'm gonna adjust my watering patterns because I don't want to see that humongous bill at the end of the year. So.
I guess I go back to the comment about hotels or stratas. When the tourists come to town, I want to have a shower, I don't care what the cost, I'm not paying for the hotel.
And that's fine, Councillor King, and those consumptions will be grasped financially. It's still not anything near what our irrigation demand is in the summer. When somebody's running the irrigation every day, twice a day, and they're letting it run for a couple hours every time, that's a lot of water. We see it in the community.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
So that's our biggest demand problem. And with metering, you're gonna see that curved because of the fact that people don't wanna pay for all that water.
Go ahead, Councillor Appleby.
I just wondered around the table here. When the metering comes in, has there been any thought to tie that with sewer? I talked to two people that live in different communities. And they get their basic flat rate of. So many cubic meters per month. For their water. And if they go over that, of course, there's the extra charge, but at the same time. Like they get charged more for their sewer because they're throwing more water supposedly into the sewer. Are we ever thinking of tying the two together as far as the usage is concerned?
I don't know.
To the chair, to the council, Appleby, those discussions have been had with myself.
Yourself.
Those discussions will be had with administration as well as the director of finance. Normally, you're looking at 9% of your water consumption goes into the sanitary sewer, and that's how you're billed for sanitary sewer. What happens is when your water bill escalates, your sewer bill escalates with it, to offset the treatment costs associated with that. So what happens is if you start charging sanitary sewer on a basis of your water consumption, people start reducing their water there too. Because you're paying for water you're throwing on your lawn that technically isn't going into the sanitary sewer system. So you start to see people cut back on their water consumption because their sewer rates are going up along with their water rate because they're throwing all that water onto their lawn. And it's not going back to the sanitary sewer system.
Go ahead.
Gerald, I'm glad to see here we've got construct alternative water services parks. Because I think as a town, I think we have a problem with our one of the greater water users with all our parks. We talked about that and doing some different things. So if we're gonna do water conservation, we should really have a look at not just feeding, but also saving water that's other places that are responsible.
Then it's the optics on that too, President. And we understand this year when it was cut back that some of the trees and things in the park were suffering. So we have to find a balance for that. Okay. So this is not, the 4.7 is about half of it is borrowing and half of it is.
2 million is borrowing, 2.704 is on reserves.
Okay,
So if this is approved by council, I'd be bringing a borrowing bylaw forward. To get the approvals in place. But the borrowing wouldn't take place until 2024.
Well, your worship, this is another big one.
No,
This is our water treatment plant, basically $11.3 million. This treatment plant is to provide quality over quantity. The treatment plant has nothing to do with quantity, it's a quality project. The treatment plant has been requested for grant funding. I don't know. See what Riesling wants to speak to that at all, or we'll just leave the table for now, it's up to him. This treatment plant, again, we talked about location, that's something that will be going back to council. It's presently designed to go in Jack Shaw Park. The problem with Jack Shaw Park is right now, it's getting pretty busy in there. If I slap a water treatment plant in there, you're gonna have no park left. You'll have a splash park and that's it, there will be no green space left. There are hydraulic advantages to putting it on the east side of the lake, on Maple Drive. So again, that'll be presented to council as an option. The catch to this is the fact that when we applied for grant funding, we told the grant funders that we were going to meter. As part of this grant application, we told them that this was an integral part of us bringing this treatment plant online, is that we need to meter. Further, this plant was designed for post meter flows. So if metering does not go ahead, this plant now needs to be redesigned to accommodate non-metered flows. The cost goes up. There is potential you will lose grant funding to complete the project. The taxpayers are now on the hook for a $14 million plant instead of a percentage of an $11 million plant. Again, this is one of those critical infrastructure asks. Without this plant, we will never get rid of our groundwater problems. We will continue to try to minimize our groundwater problems. We will never get rid of our groundwater problems until this plant is online.
Does this mean that the groundwater will be eliminated if this plant goes ahead, or is that a maybe?
Yeah.
So your worship, if this plant goes ahead, our groundwater problems will eventually go away. What, in a perfect world, what I'd like to see is this plant come online and then I go through unidirectional flushing. That way I'm pulling clean water back into the system because it's now treated. Right now, if we go out and do unidirectional flushing, we are mitigating the biofilm issue, but we're not resulting in our production problems in regards to water quality. This plant takes care of our production problems in regards to water quality. Once this plant is online, we will no longer have manganese nor iron and may reduce some of our hardness in the water.
Go ahead, Mr. Marrero.
How long, before I say, this, we approve this, would this, plant, be operating?
Depending on when we're successful for funding, this plant will be up, hopefully up and running within 2 years.
How long will it last?
Life expectancy of a water treatment plant. The building and piping, 60 years. There is a discussion point, and I will make this discussion point in regards to operating costs. With a treatment plant, there are significant operating costs that have not been captured in our operating budget as of yet. Once this plant comes online, this is going to be an additional anywhere between $2 to $500,000 a year in operating costs. That includes such things as filter maintenance, UV maintenance, going in and replacing our UV lamps, going in and replacing the media in regards to our filtration. Again, with any infrastructure upgrade, there's the capital costs, and then there's the operating costs that reflect with it. The other key point will be how we move forward with operating in regards to certified operators. This will throw us into another level in regards to our operator requirements. Right now, we are a level 1 treatment system. I bring this plant online, all of a sudden we jump to a 2. I then need a level 3 water treatment operator in order for us to fulfill our obligation with regards to MOE and IHA. Getting that level 3 operator is going to be another challenging aspect of this community. There's not a lot of them out there, and you need to be able to attract them. So when it's happening is you come back to it the almighty dollar and look at how to attract that individual down here. So that is.
Sorry, can I ask about the sewer lift station?
Yeah.
And that was a great addition to our community. Have the operating costs for that,
Been realized within the,
Yeah. how?
a little bit, your worship, and not 100%.
Okay,
So we're still, and again. We're still in the planning stages in regards to the operational services department. With the onboarding of utility superintendent, it helped us determine where we are and where we're going. He is still in that process of trying to determine what that really looks like and what the costs associated with operating that station looks like and the costs associated with operating it. We're starting to see it, but we haven't come to that full realization yet. It's no different than the other 23 sanitary pump stations we have in the system. When we brought the Northwest Sector Sewer online, I mean, that was an additional 8 stations that we didn't realize from an operating perspective and an operating cost. Right now, our department is reactive, so if something breaks, we react to it. Something goes down, we react to it. It's a very stressful and hard place to be. As an operations department, we want to be proactive. We want to be dealing with stuff before it becomes an overtime issue or a weekend work issue or excuse me, with the oh shit moment. And we're getting to that, but it's gonna take time. And yes, our sewer operating budgets will start to reflect that as we start to drill into this a little bit more.
Yes, go ahead,
If
Councilor.
we drill a new well, would it be able to tie into this water plant?
Yes, so that is the intention of the sites that were proposed. Minus the one drill at the old curling rig. That would require some either extensive amount of transmission main to bring it back to the treatment plant. All the rest of these sites are close enough to existing water mains that would allow us to provide that water to the existing and proposed treatment plant.
Yeah, but you'd have to tie them all in when you have that one bad one, it could interfere with everything else.
So what's gonna happen is when we go down the path of treatment, our wells will distribute water to the treatment plant and that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Our treatment plant then distributes water to the distribution system. So all the wells will be tied into what we call transmission mains, so nothing will be taken off that transmission main, that transmission main feeds the plant and the plant alone. That is it. It doesn't feed the distribution system, nothing. So that plant then pumps water into the distribution system, so where you're gonna find with the plant. Is there most likely to either be an above ground or below ground chlorine contact tank. Which would provide that. Pump supply. So that when the pumps come online to feed the distribution system, that then feed the reservoirs, there's enough capacity within that chlorine contact tank to
Right.
provide that flow.
Okay, just one other question for the CEO. We submitted a couple grants over the last couple of years for about 6 million each, and we didn't receive them. Was there any update on how we can improve them or what would we do different?
Meeting dates, just got my last update. There's been a lot of emails back and forth. Proposed date is January 3rd or 4th. Like that's when we're actually meeting.
3rd or 4th of January?
That's correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
What's happening on that day?
January 3rd or 4th is it? Yeah, is that the date here?
I believe so.
Yeah, that we were gonna get some feedback on, you know, what we can do to improve our chances of being successful for a grant application on water treatment plant. You know, this gives some previous history. There have been applications, I think 2 or 3 in the past 5 years that we haven't been successful on. So we're just we met with the ministry 2 or 3 months ago, Whistler. We put some of those requests forward and they put us in contact, administration in contact with those that make some of those decisions at the administrative level before it actually goes up to the ministry. So it's been a lot of emails, but yeah, I think it's January 3rd or 4th. We actually finally have a meeting to find out.
So it's a Zoom meeting that you will have, or is it
Yeah.
just a phone call or?
Yeah, we're not planning on
Something
going
sure.
there. It's going to be. Yeah,
Okay.
whatever. Well,
Good.
allocated to that.
Thank you.
We've
I
got a
think
date. We've got a date.
partly it was that a couple of the things that we had applied for, we were not able to use the money, it was sent back, and I'm sure that's in the back of their minds, is that correct? They, you know, they possibly had kept that and think, you know, is this gonna happen again?
I think one of the things that's out there is whenever people go through the effort of analyzing grants and giving approvals, and then a decision is made to not proceed, it doesn't shed an organization in a light. So I think it's critical for us as we proceed on grants, regardless of whether it's 50% funding or 75% funding, I think it's really important for us to fulfill, I guess, maybe our intended obligation to continue with that project. And it's, I think no different than municipality, right? People keep come to us and then you do all this work and then it doesn't come to fruition, it doesn't lead to great case involved and a lot of resources are spent expecting X. When X doesn't occur. So we haven't received anything in writing, I don't think we ever will.
They probably
But
won't say that.
I think
Yeah.
we've all been through that process and that's gotta be sitting there.
If I understand this right, this project wouldn't go forward without grants?
That's correct. Through the chair council, at this current moment, that is correct.
Thank you.
However, I just want to put the thought out there that eventually
Okay.
council will have to fund this project. And whether or not that be with or without grant funding, but something just to realize that at some point. Either the health authority is gonna come in and tell us we have to. Or we're going to have to just because of our water quality concerns.
Councilor Barica.
Thank you, worship, through to, Dr. Rousey. The current capacity of the proposed site, is that based on current demand? Or does that include hopefully some water,
So the current site is designed to accommodate post metering demand. So we're hoping with metering, we see a 20% demand reduction, and that's what the initial plan is being designed for. No infrastructure goes in the ground now without future. So there will be the ability for the plant to do more. But the initial grant funding will only fund what we're asking for. So what we would end up doing is probably putting in a large enough contact tank to facilitate the 20-year growth. We would put in the header large enough to facilitate 20-year growth, we just wouldn't install pumps. And then we would look at expansion in regards to our UV treatment. So right now you would put reactors in for today's demand. But you would have enough room to put more reactors in to address future demand. And then same with the filter system, you would put in the appropriate filtration to address today's demand and still have it.
Okay,
Page 159.
So your worship, this capital request is an operating request. This is something that our utility superintendent has taken on. This is a 2-year program. We asked for $100,000 last year. We're asking for another $100,000 this year. And this is to facilitate upgrades to both our chlorine gas systems as well as our chlorine hypochlorite injection systems. This is again to address ongoing concerns with our operational needs. Provide redundancies in the system, provide the necessary materials so that the crews are able to respond in a timely manner.
So if I understand this right, you got 100,000 last year, was that used?
60% of it was used. Again, we spent 100, we're just waiting on the parts and pieces to make one. And I'm spending another 100 this year.
That's like a yearly thing, one thing.
It'll just be for the next few years, Councilor King, until we get to the point where we're caught up. And so there was a deficiency. These next 2 years allow us to address these deficiencies, and once we're caught up, then comes down to the annual maintenance requirements, which would be as well as.
And we have the infrastructure right now to support this.
Yes, we do.
And all the section chlorine, will that create more groundwater?
No, this will not create more groundwater. Our groundwater situation is what it is. This is to allow us to have redundancy system so that when something goes down, we're not scrambling or having to shut things down.
Okay.
yes,
I'm sorry, it's not to do with chlorine, but it has to do with system 8 and 9. You told us just last week that the intake was depumped, so to speak. Are we gonna do that in-house totally this year, or what's the story?
Through the chair to come talk through this, not even on my capital plan for this year. That was provided to us that information was provided us in the fall of this year. We need to assess what our options are and the costs associated with that before I bring it to the council. Again, from an operating perspective, it's not overly damaging, but it does need to be addressed. We are seeing extra fertilization for some users. But it is something that will probably come into the 2024 budget.
I don't use for like.
But you don't think that provide you with it naturally.
No, I don't.
I
just get fish.
Yeah.
Fish.
So yes, it will be something that will be coming in the 2024 budget,
I'll wait to hear.
I guess. So these last two reports are grant funding requests. We have put these grants funding requests forward to the province. We've had initial conversations with them. We had to do some modifications to these two requests. We are waiting to hear. So these two projects will not go ahead at this time unless they're fully grant funded. However, once the flood mitigation report is complete, there will be a report coming to council within the next couple of months, outlining all of our flood and erosion requirements throughout the community, not just for water, not just for sanitary sewer, but for our general infrastructure as well.
Okay,
Is it realistic to get 100% funding, grant funding?
That's the way the programs are written,
Okay.
is 100%. I'm right now, what we're being told from the province is this particular intake has been undersubscribed. So knock on wood, that's a good thing for us. However, the next intake will most likely be oversubscribed, so we're hoping that we were successful in this intake.
when do you expect to hear? You don't know? Sometime in the next
I
month.
believe we're supposed to know at the end of January, working.
So that's the end of the water.
That's the water.
So are we okay with the $60 increase versus an 80? For sewer?
It was, yeah, so it's fine. Now we've got the water counselors here.
Yes.
Water.
So we had better make that decision right now then while they're, all right, water counselor, we're okay with that?
Yes, I'm okay with it, you know. We're integrated into your system, so, I expect decent water, I expect it to come out of my tap when I turn it on. I therefore should have to pay the bill, and I think this time goes by that, we don't want a huge increase all at once, you know, so I'm willing to front load it a bit.
Okay. So this is the extra $30 a year, plus the 35.47 per year for the, which is the average,
Yeah,
right? So it'll be.
So it's a 16.61% increase. Do we want to ask for, how would we work that, Brianna?
Yeah.
To
We go with
to
that while they're here.
have an increase of 65.47.
We can come back later when you're down to the final close, Gavin.
Well, it's just a matter, the bylaws need to have first three readings and then adoption at some point tonight before year end, so it's just,
If we're okay with this one, Brianne, can we go ahead with this or?
We give it the first three readings.
So is the current budget or like the two bylaws, do they incorporate?
no, they would have to add the $30 to them.
And where are you adding $30?
Well, basically, it's a percentage. It's a percentage increase throughout the board, but there's the extra $30 to the water user fee to the single family residence. So should we,
I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe we. Council recesses for lunch. we could look at. And
I
maybe
could bring a
that-
revised bylaw forward.
Yes, and council could review that revised bylaw.
That'd be.
For our water counselor staying?
Yes, they are.
Okay,
I was gonna say,
Recommendation.
through the mayor, too,
yeah.
do you normally sit there and do like sewer, water operations each individually? Or do you do it all as, this is the final budget, we're moving it this way? At one time, like all, the whole package,
We might, but we're not sure yet, not till the end of the day tomorrow.
right? So what I was getting at is that if you're going through it and nobody around the table is objecting to where the water portion is at right now. Then we could, Claude and I could come back tomorrow later in the day as you're coming to the end of it all. And sit on the,
Thank you.
He'll
Well,
ask
I'm
for
gonna do a favor.
a raise, that's the problem. He'll ask for a raise.
it's already built in here and I don't need that, but. I just, I'm just trying to make it simple for everybody, that's all.
Does that make sense?
So however you wanna do it.
Do we wait till tomorrow and then contact the water counselors?
That's not an issue.
Whatever you want, really.
Okay,
I just was trying to make it easy.
Like, your worship, I guess it also depends how much we're gonna get through in the operating budget today.
yes,
So, like, yes, so I'm wondering, I mean, it shouldn't take that long to amend
It'd take
water.
about 15 minutes.
okay,
Right,
well,
so-
maybe we could wait till after lunch and see if it's ready. Does that make sense?
Right, okay, how long the budget's gonna take, maybe
Okay,
by the end of the day,
We're going to find out by then. Ain't wrong for long.
and then.
okay.
Pretty much, I just.
Yeah, well, that's very kind for both of them to be accommodating and we'll do what works best for everybody.
So,
Yeah.
you know, maybe just suggest like, you know, maybe by 1 o'clock-ish, water councilors can come back, because that's when we, right after lunch, we can go right into the water. And then move on to the rest of the budget.
Yeah, well, water councils are here for lunch as well.
So they can stay.
Yeah, well,
We can
okay,
Carry on.
Could I suggest that we done handle those first two? Could we have a 5-minute break right
Yes.
now?
So we
And
would need a
for
motion
people to go and get
I'll
coffee
make a
or
motion.
whatever. You don't have to make a
Yes,
motion
you
for
do.
that, do we?
Actually, take-
We do. All right. Counselor King is making the motion. Counselor Carter, Counselor Marrera is seconding that. All in favor? Thank you.
Oh, great. Trying.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure where we're headed to next.
We don't need a motion to reconvene.
Absolutely. Could we have a motion, please, to reconvene? Councilor Federica, Councilor Bennett, all in favor. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll move on to page 14. Start the general fund discussions. So 2023 budget, operating changes, the operating environment change, CPI, the consumer price index for Vancouver, was estimated at 7.7% as of the September stats. And we come down with the census as of October. The TCPI, which is a transportation consumer price index, I'm recording as 3% because that's the maximum amount as per a waste collection contract, so they can't increase their costs anymore now. QP wages are increasing by 2% for 2023. So this budget was being presented with a 5% increase in municipal property taxes, which is an increase of $44.61 per year, or $371 per month, for an average single family resident. Overall increase of $170,857 tax-based revenue, plus estimated new construction tax dollars of $11,160. The financial plan 1381 also includes a 3% increase for the 2024 to 2027 budget. The 5-year financial plan is currently utilizing COVID restart grant funds to assist with shortfalls in revenues in 2023 in the amount of $100,000. Under real property levy, fire protection, it's increasing by 22.31%, which is an increase of $30.32 per year, or $2.52 a month to the average single family resident. This is an increase of $118,990 in tax-based revenue. Under the real property levy, policing, it's increasing by 3.49%, which is an increase of $9.99 a year, or 83 cents a month for the average single family resident. This is an increase of $40,070 for tax-based revenue. Under garbage and recycling fees, increasing by 6.17%, which is an increase of $10.52 per year, or 87 cents per month for single family residents. And that increase is to offset the increase in CPI and TCPI costs. And it's an increase of revenues of $26,300. Our utility taxes are increasing by $12,880. Our boat trailer parking revenues are increasing by $6,080 to offset the increase in rates established by the bylaw amendment code 7405. Miscellaneous revenues are increasing by $28,870. Development and building services revenues are increasing by $16,070. Sales surplus equipment reduced to the average return of $10,000. Community service revenues are up $46,765. And community service program revenues are increasing by $8,070. Wages and benefits from the general fund have increased $153,330 to a total of $3.16 million for 2023, which is a 5.10% increase. This includes a 2% increase in wages, a 0.5% in employer overhead costs, and additional staff changes broken down as follows. Bylaw enforcement, additional $64,510, and we'll discuss that in a future report here. Fire department $13,150, and as well we'll discuss that operating requests after this summary. We've got a $15,200 increase to council travel. This is due to the projected high cost UBCM being in Vancouver. A $12,100 increase to data processing and support costs. A $14,394 increase to insurance costs. Liability and building insurance is increasing by $7,571. Our buildings, boiler, and machinery and crime is increasing by $5,123, and our fleet is increasing by $1,700. We got a $30,000 decrease for municipal elections. Our operational facilities have been combined. Fire protection costs are increasing by $199,480, and we'll get to that through the fire department presentation. $28,070 increase in policing costs, $67,510 increase in bylaw enforcement costs, Occupational health and safety increase of $7,000 for additional safety equipment. Transportation engineering services increasing by $4,810, mainly due to the addition of GIS for $3,500. Transportation general equipment is increasing by $50,000, and this is 34,400 being due to the increase in gas prices. Road marking increasing by $10,500. Sidewalk maintenance increasing by $4,350. Snow removal increasing by $10,450. Landfill garbage and recycling costs increasing by $34,820. Town cleanup increasing by $42,640, and this portion was being reallocated for parks. Community services expenses increasing by $7,250. Parks maintenance costs being reduced by $33,450. This is offset by the increase to town cleanup. Under general operating expenditures, less transfers to other governments, transfers to reserves, resort municipality contingency and capital project expenditures. That balance is increased by $474,824 to an operating budget of $8,493,420, which is a 5.92% increase. Under transfers to reserves, they're transferring $70,130 to the fleet reserve fund. We have a $50,000 general fund contingency allowance. Under funds available for capital expenditures, our general operating funds available for capital expenditures are $544,291, and this is up from $516,629 in 2022. Likewise, we've got the no provision in the budget for the amortization. Our general amortization was $1,565,253, with a total accumulated amortization of $21,327,922 for buildings, furniture, and equipment, road infrastructure, and drainage. So what's being proposed here is to increase an additional $44.61 per year, or $3.71 a month for the average single family resident. The current financial plan has current reserve balances of $10,420,365, which will be reduced to $5,073,913 by 2027 by establishing a 5% increase for 2020 or to 2023 to 2027 to establish a general replacement fund. By the year 2027, the balance would have increased by $2,682,855. So page 17 reflects the increase to the average single family resident as proposed. So what you see is the municipal taxes increasing by $43.71, police by $9.99, fire by $30.32. So a total property tax increase of $84.92 for the municipal affected properties. And $168.60 was the user fees, plus anything that we decide to go towards amortization.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I gotta ask
Go ahead
a question.
first.
On page 15 there, about part of the way down for bylaws increase 67, 510, is it?
Yes.
But in the report, you just asking for 64, 506.
So the 64,506 is the wages. The difference between the two is an increase in material.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Wouldn't you need the full amount then in the report?
I was just reflecting what the changes were.
Okay.
Can I ask, Mr. Zacco about the COVID restart fund?
Yes.
I think we still have about $500,000 or $600,000 in that fund. And so you're just suggesting that we use $100,000 at this point? And do we have to use up the COVID restart by a certain date?
They haven't said, so what been working on with the leadership group is to find where we can recommend the COVID restart funds that we utilize. We talked about a wage loss recovery was one of the ones that we captured last last couple of years, and it's again, it's another significant one that we're being affected with for 2022, so it's recommended that we utilize that for that as well. There will still be probably about $200,000 of unallocated monies that we'll have to determine how they can be utilized.
Okay,
They sit in a reserve
yeah,
balance.
I knew that. That was a good thing that we got, but I was just wondering what the plans for that were. Miscellaneous revenues increased by 28,870. What, that's the middle of page 14. Is there, can you explain what that would be?
So miscellaneous revenues, yeah. Let's get to that. So that's a combination of penalties, as an example, penalties on or property taxes. There's increased other revenue for miscellaneous income, it's increased by $10,000. We got the franchise fee for Fortis was increasing by $17,890. So that's what the bill or charge that they put on everybody's Fortis bill. We capture that back for the municipality. So those are the key ones. RCMP traffic fine revenue, that actually went down by $12,000.
And the other thing that I wanted to question was the 15,200 increase in council travel. And I understand that this would be probably a good year for us to go because it's in Vancouver, which is a little easier to get to. However, when I look back at what has been used, because we've had a certain amount provided for mayor and council every year, we haven't used it for the last couple of years. I think I was the only one who used one last year, and it was because I went on Zoom to attend UBCM. And that was $400, I think. Otherwise, nobody else used it. What happens to that money? It just gets absorbed back and how do we figure out, is there a certain amount for mayor and for each councillor to go into that fund?
Correct. Any unused funds from our general operating fund go into the accumulated surplus, so it goes into surplus funds. What I budgeted for was originally each council had an expense allowance for travel and seminars of $4,900. I've increased that to $8,000 for them. For the mayor, I've taken the mayor's allowance $8,200 and increased it to $11,000.
Okay.
When we got the cost of the hotel rooms for the conference and things of that nature, and you do the math, it ate up the majority of the increase. So wanted to make sure that we had that in place, so the council was able to go.
I'm wondering if we have made hotel reservations for 2023 in September. And if not, we need to do it now because there will be, there's a reduced cost for UBCM members. So could we look at that and make sure that that's done? Thank you.
We did.
Oh, we did, good.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
already been, we reserved the rooms.
I hope it's at the good hotel.
Yes,
The one that we normally go to.
I believe they are,
Across the street.
Yes, thank you very much. I was just checking on that. Okay. Go ahead.
I just asked a question about the COVID fund. It's very interesting because COVID restarted. This is the third time it's come around and we talk about early council's gonna have a meeting to discuss that COVID restart. And now we're slowly just using it up. Right. And council's being told here's where it's gonna be spent. When you say the $200,000 that's left and stuff, there's some talk about maybe using some of that fund down, say for the pier or something where there could be some type of legs to kind of up and down, rather than using it just in over costs.
So the problem is, those aren't allowable expenses. So that's what administration's been challenged with. We look at the 5-year capital and a lot of the projects don't fit the category. So loss of revenues, fire protection, those kind of things work. but actual infrastructure improvements are not. They said at this time they wouldn't allow them. But they said they would get back to us with, a broader range of allowable uses. But they haven't yet.
Yeah, because it's just gotta be inspected. We're just kind of told we're spending it here and here and here. And it's just kind of going on the way. So I don't know what other people in council think, but I just kind of.
Well, if we're waiting for a report from them, let's have a look. And that's why I wondered when we had to spend it by, if there was a deadline. There certainly was for regional districts. They had to spend it within a certain amount of time, unless that was changed. I can't quite remember. But I just think we don't want to lose that $600,000. So we want to make sure we spend it properly.
Yeah, I guess through your worship, this explain to people, like when a grant or when we receive money, there's always conditions applied to it.
Yes,
It absolutely makes the administration nervous when we have these grants that you haven't spent. Even on the books, there's always a potential the government pulls us back, so it's just. I think it's important to utilize these funds on things that we actually do require, so not just spending money wherever we like, but things that are already somewhat required within our overall plan to do, but we really want to utilize as much of that money as fast as possible. Don't like having those things there, just in case they pull it back.
so let's keep an eye on that one and make sure we use it.
And one of the good things is when we're able to utilize it for our general fund. For wage loss recovery, things of that nature, it's actually staying in our general reserves for surpluses, so it's recovering those funds, so we've got those funds available for any fund that we can afford.
So what is wage loss recovery?
So basically, it's like when employees are offset, it's an expense to the municipality. So it's just.
So that makes sense. Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any concerns about this? So it's basically an increase of 4.86% all in, right? Is that the bottom of the page, that total taxes and user fees?
That was a percentage increase based on the municipal changes to it. But we've also added already the $30 for the water,
Okay,
so that the calculations now.
Okay, I'll have to change that.
Yes.
okay. Thank you.
But it doesn't include the actual increase that we got from the sewer one.
Oh,
Correct, so if we do any funding for the amortization or a future. Like front loaded, that'll change that number for sure.
Thank you.
Page number 30, we'll pass it over to you, Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Zackel. Did you want to go through the highlighted changes in your report as
Like,
our
I
report?
can do that, and then you can speak to that. So highlighted changes for the 2023 fire department budget. Budget presented reflects an increase in fire protection levy of 22.31%. The budget distribution utilizes 2022 revised assessment roll and will be adjusted to the 2023 revised assessment roll once the 2023 numbers are available. The current cost sharing is 22.3% for the Osoyoos Rural Fire Protection District, 18.05% for the Osoyoos Indian Band, and 59.65% for the town of Osoyoos. Fire protection operating expenditures have increased by 21.7%, or $199,480. The major increase expenditures are broken down as follows: equipment financing, increase of $122,500 is due to the addition of the brush truck ordered in 2021 and the water tender truck ordered in 2022, and the RFP for the rescue truck, and an increase in MFA financing rates, which are currently at 3.67%. Maintenance, repairs, and utilities was increasing by $16,740. Fire prevention and fire prevention programs, new programs being initiated for $9,500. Under wages and salaries, increasing by $50,740. This includes an adjustment to reflect the current salaried employees and a provision for a 2% increase to wages of $37,590. And in addition, administration support position to increase that position from 2 days per week to go to 3 days per week, which would be a increase of $13,150. And I'll pass it over to Corey.
Thank you, Director of Financial Services, Mr. Dow. If I can begin by just going over some of our overall responses for 2021, we saw 274 responses that Osoyoos Fire Rescue went out on, and the yearly totals are as follows. For the town proper, 172. Rural response areas, 67, and out of area responses, we saw an overall 35 responses. Out of some of those responses, we were able to do some cost recoveries. Out of other revenue, we were able to, this past year, more specifically, we were able to raise around $25,000 worth of funding, either helping out other partners for wildfires, or assisting those motorists that are in their time of need with motor vehicle responses, where extrication services may or may not be required. Going through the operating budget, did we want to go through and sorry, CEO reason, did we want to go through and talk about each one and then approve, or?
So it sounds like what council wants to do, we are going through each of these, but and council wants to wait at the end to approve the overall increase. So we're not doing item by item.
But
We're,
I,
unless council has an objection to something that's being requested, we would make the adjustment. I think it's more make the presentation with respect to the increases and council can hear and make their decisions.
Okay.
So you're not gonna go through each of the asks briefly, is that what?
Yep.
Yes, we are. Okay, fair enough.
So
I got a question here before I get to the next page. Have you talked to the Osoyoos Indian band about their increase?
have we talked to the Osoyoos Indian band?
Yeah, Osoyoos Indian band, yeah.
It wouldn't be prudent until this is actually passed through to mayor and council.
So we could pass this and they could turn it down, then what happens?
We provide fire protection.
Yeah, I understand that.
So, the town council established this level service for the community. Fire protection or fire, the Osoyoos Indians have pays based on that level of service that we provide. So it's a control of the town council that controls the budget, not any of the other sources.
Okay, then I just got one other question. When you talk about a 2% increase for salaries, 37,000, 2% would be like, you have salaries of $250,000 for 750,000.
Well, the 2% proposed increase, that's outside of our hands. That would be.
That's the union, the contract.
QP,
So we built a 2% increase in for wages, and that was to cover the volunteer paid on call
Okay.
firefighters and the salaried employees. So to cover all of the wages.
Thank you.
okay.
Okay, just kind of an overall scoping discussion about the 2020 the 2022 budget. It's been a very interesting year because of the supply chain issues coming through and coming to some sort of realization. So just an overall breakdown from our budgetary period of 2022. We ended up with a 1,840,000 ask. It came down to the very end of the year being right with the actuals that I have on December the 2nd, about 1,025,000. So there's a bunch of differences in there. Some of that is being around $600,000 in capital. The other is around $45,000 of wages that were not paid out to the employees simply because we didn't have the call volumes that we had in the 2021 year. Also, differences in our benefits. We have a benefits program that all of the paid on call firefighters can contribute or gain access to, and if they choose to, or they don't choose to, that can be a difference of around $20,000. We didn't see the financing because we still have yet to receive acceptance of our brush truck and our water tender. And then salaries were a little bit different, just because we haven't seen the actual year end, and then also we were down one deputy chief midway through last year. With all of that being said, the difference is roughly around 19,787. And then in the proposed budget of 2023, we started to look at some of those numbers where we could actualize some of that cost benefit savings. And Mr. Zackel and I sat down, and the differences between last year's budget and this year's budget, we've been able to trim around $25,000 off the ask, making sure that each one of the GLs are a little bit leaner, which are a little bit more reflective of budgets moving forward. It's been interesting to try to project the fire department's budget where we need to be in the future. Looking back about 7 years, the department was very much different. In 2019, after the master plan was brought forward and staffing was brought into the fire hall, 2019 was that shift where it started to be reflective of those track changes that are reflective in a modern day paid on call service. So building that capacity over years, it's going to be more of a less of a roller coaster than it is a highway traveling. Being able to document actually what is being needed to go from year to year, and making sure that the general ledger items are going into their proper accounts. So I'm going to start with our operating budget increase of the, which is on page 32, which is our administrative support. The administrative support is taking our administrative support work unit from 2 days to 3 days a week. In 2020, we were given the fire and life safety inspections that were being conducted by the planning department, and we took that over in 2020. And we're looking at about 350 inspections, which have to be booked throughout the year. And then not only that, but the requirements for all of the documentation for the emergency callouts and the training. What we've been finding is all of the data entry, just from the day-to-day is time consuming. And that doesn't include anything that is in our past or in our history. All of that needs to be documented and properly stored where it needs to be stored. That can include all of the old fire inspections that are sitting in a paper file. We've been slowly moving those over to folios under our internal drives, which then allows us to be able to properly go through each one of the representative properties and make sure that we can pull that out. So our ask with the 1315 is that we have administrative support rather than 2 days a week, 3 days a week. It's administrative support is throughout all of the other streams for all of the other directors. And it's just one more way that we can ensure that we're following the requirements that are set out in the BC playbook, WorkSafe, and other regulatory requirements. Do I have any questions in relation to this capital request?
Can I just back you up to page 23? I imagine you just moved it somewhere else, but you've got zero budget for training. Wages. Like we do, you put that money someplace else. Down near the bottom there.
Here's the chair,
Yeah.
Councillor King. Those wages got combined into fire wages. So you'll see where the fire wages went up fairly significantly. That's to combine those two accounts into one account.
Okay, Councillor King.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you.
May I move on?
Yeah.
Madam Mayor? The next capital budget proposal is for fire hose. In next year's budget, I'd like to see that fire hoses actually just move out of the budgetary requests and then just move into our just our general equipment purchasing. However, it's here. We have moved and transitioned out of all of our 1.5-inch hose to almost fully compliant with 1.75 inch. We're a little shy. We're roughly around 800 feet shy of 1.5 inch hose and some 2.5 to fully be able to replace our trucks after a call. This was something that was identified in the 2019 fire department master plan. And it's just for us to be able to maintain the hose that we've lost. And we've now gone through everything that we have, and we have no longer any 1.5-inch hose. Some of it has actually accidentally moved into our operations because people thought it was 1.5 inch or 1.75 inch hose, but yeah, no, this will close the door and allow us to follow guidelines that are better business practices, ensuring that we're using 1.75 inch lines compared to 1.5 inch, which is provide more fire flow on scene.
And a hose lasted about 3 years. I see you got a budget in 225 for another 6,500, so that's 3 years out. So is that about right?
If properly looked after, fire hose should last anywhere between 10 to 15 years. The other aspects of our next year's budget is the high volume hose, which is our 4-inch Storts. Our 4-inch Storts is our supply lines that because we have a new water tender and because a lot of the hose has not been tested. We've gone through 2 years. Last year was the first time that we've tested our hose. We had a fair amount of hose fail. So we were still using some hose that was dated from 1974 to 1980. And we just made a decision to draw NFPA standards to be able to just get rid of some of the hose that's older than I am.
So a hose lasts like years, not uses.
That hose should last if properly and as long as it passes inspection, it can last anywhere up to 15 years.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Seeing no other further questions, Madam Mayor, I'll move to our next capital report, which is the wildland firefighting gear. It's a smaller ask this year than last year. We just have another 3 sets of turnout gear, or sorry, wildland firefighting gear, which is air quotations Nomex. It's what we use in the wildland. We have 3 more sets that we have to purchase for firefighters.
You've missed the firefighting turnout here, the page before. Yeah,
Number 40.
page 40.
Oh, thank you. I can go back to that one.
Sure. You want to
To
continue
you,
with the wildlife?
Madam Mayor, to the rest of council. Again, we're talking about our firefighting turnout gear, which is a request for 19,500, and that is to replace 5 full sets or 4, depending on what the price, where the price is for the turnout gear. This places us in a very good position, which means that we have single-handedly replaced and put on new gear onto the firefighters in a controlled manner year after year after year, which means that no more firefighters are wearing expired gear.
Which was the life expectancy? How long will the suit last?
10 years, and we throw them away.
Okay.
Actually, we provide them to firefighters without borders, and they end up going south.
Thank you.
Can I go past the wildland firefighting gear? Somebody have a question with that?
So 3 sets of wildfire. Coveralls.
Yes.
It costs 1,800, okay.
You see prices going up in the near future? Like everything we get presented here?
Is there anything that goes down?
I wanna make sure you have enough money. to-
Yeah, so last year we bought a thermal imaging camera. We actually bought two, and the Solis Firefighter Society actually purchased the second one for us. We ended up getting both of those. If we would have waited, we ordered them in February. If we would have waited until July, we would have probably seen a 30 to 40% increase just from February to July. Because they still can't provide us any direction on when these control boards or circuitry is available to actually go in, and costs are just rising. And you know, there is some thoughts around COVID and companies that have. Last year, there were 3 air horn manufacturers. This year, there's 1. And that basically simply just means that one manufacturer then is supplying air horns to all of the trucks across North America. Which means that if somebody else has to build a bigger plant, they have to hire more people, and it costs a lot. So it's going to be something that we're probably going to experience until 2025. As things begin to catch up. Okay, moving on to our engine. Our air engine apparatus and our community review. This is really for a study of the fire department fleet. It will look at our existing fleet, potentially what we're being asked to protect on behalf of the fire department for the town and its rural areas. Also considering the contracted areas for contracted areas that we provide fire suppression for. We want to be able to have a report that will kind of guide us through the next bunch of purchases that we have between our 2 engines and an aerial apparatus. What we want to be able to do is we want to be able to set up a parameters or the parameters for those purchases so that there are no legacy mistakes. We've had a couple of legacy mistakes. Moving forward, we just can't, because of the amount of money that we are spending for these types of apparatus. Looking at turning radiuses can actually fit in our community and provide fire flows that we need, I think is key and critical for a fleet request. Any questions?
I agree that we need to do a study on this. I am concerned about the thought of doing an aerial truck, which is a lot of money. And it's because we have so many other things that we are having to fund and that we're looking at increases for. So I think this is probably a good idea to look at it all. I can't say I'm at this point that I'm in favor of the proposed aerial, but obviously a study will give us that better information.
Madam Mayor, I appreciate that view. We at the fire department are then in a very unique position of how we're going to maintain fire suppression flows on buildings that are as of size in our community, the complexities of those buildings, and how standing on the ground or on ladders are we going to be asked to provide action for some properties in the community. Between the fire underwriter survey and what is already in our community, as in brick and mortar, if there is a no, then we would end up having to go and adapt, evolve, and overcome. And that it may mean some challenges for the fire service moving forward.
So can I just ask, you said the other day that we had 5-story buildings. Does that mean 4 stories plus a basement? Is that how we look at it? Or are there, because at one point, there was a thought to build a 9 or 10-story building. A couple of them actually in town, and they got turned down for various reasons. And it's over the last 10 years or maybe longer than that. I can't remember. I'm just I'm just wondering whether we need to consider what our, planning department is, presenting to us and allowing, to be built, because, you know, we can't do this and then not have the aerial truck. And yet the aerial truck is a very expensive piece of equipment. So I'm just confused about it. So I appreciate the review study, which I hope will answer some of those questions.
Thank you, Mayor, from through you to the rest of council. The BC building code in certain aspects are not. In certain design elements, it's not friendly to the firefighter. And there are ways that certain things can be adapted in such a manner that it doesn't equal a story. So there's a couple of developments that are in our community right now where the garage or the underground parking isn't included as a story. So it's only a 4-story structure. However, when you put 4 stories on top of a story parking garage, it becomes a 5-story, no matter how much you want to spin it. The other aspects are as the density of housing is being, because the developers are trying to maximize the amount of money that they're getting on their return. So which means that there's higher densities for some of these developments, which means that there's tighter turnarounds, which means that sometimes you're putting homes where it maximizes dollars. So some properties that we see coming down the pike, depending on how and where they're built on the elevation, it might actually take that 4-story and make it 5 or 6 stories, depending on how it's being built on a hill. Then that places us in a position where even though that it might be a 4, might be a 5, indeed it could be 6. And so the aerial is a conversation that if I look back at newspaper clippings, it's been a conversation that's been on the book since about 1990. And unfortunately, I don't have a lot of say in what has happened in the past. It's just brick and mortar is here now. And how are we going to protect? Because really what you do is you look at the size, the complexity, the length, times the width, times the height, and the required fire flows to be able to manage that fire. The properties are here. It's just a matter of a very good conversation about how we come to fruition to, so if there is no aerial, then my next budgetary request would probably be a bunch of ladders with 4-meter poles. And if you've ever had to take a 6-stage or set, a 5-stage ladder and try to put it up against a building with 3 or 4 firefighters at 3 o'clock in the morning in the middle of winter, it's going to be a challenge. But the priority of mayor and council, it will always be handed down to us, and we will adapt, we will evolve, and we will overcome. So the clarity that I think that this report would bring, then it also takes my want out of the equation as fire chief, where I say, hey, I want this $2.7 million aerial, where the report may come back and say, actually the town of Osoyoos only needs a 1.2 million or $975,000 aerial. It really allows us to be able to make a decision based on a large volume of dollars.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The fire chief, I would like to know, we're not, this isn't to do with the aerial truck yet, we're jumping ahead a few pages. Since we're discussing it, I would like to know what other communities that are in the same situation, like Oliver, Grand Forks, Alfred, places that are in the same situation, same size towns that don't have those trucks. Are they ordering those 5 people aerials where there's gonna be 5 firemen along the air? Because that doesn't make sense. And when we look at this study here, the review study to turn around and spend that kind of money, isn't that something that we pay you to do, to kind of, this is the best fire truck and this is why, and to come back to us, do we need an outside person to come in and tell us this stuff? I don't I have a hard time with reviews of the studies, bring outsiders and tell us how we should run our. You know,
Yeah, and I guess. It's more than just the aerial, it's also the other two engines that will be coming down the pike, so it's a comprehensive study of looking at the fleet. All in total, like how many trucks do we actually need? So it's an overall fleet assessment and review. And then pump capacities, tank capacities, do we need a commercial cab, do we need a custom cab? And really, you know, we have a 4x4 water tender in our fleet. Did we need it? I have my own perceptions of that, and I think that regardless of who the fire chief is, I think those decisions will allow a very thoughtful purchase. And if it saves in the long run, $60,000 per build, because of what the chief may lean on for what they think that they want compared to what they need. I think there's some value in that. Because we do it in every other aspect of wastewater, sewer, you know, your overall strategic plan when it comes to fleet assessments with operational services or chiller. It's just sometimes there's a perception when it comes to red paint and you know the Maltese on the side that is it really what we need and is it really what we want? So prior to my time here, everybody told me that our last brush truck was suitable and equitable for our needs. During the wildfire, when we were driving around this 1976 pickup truck, I felt that it wasn't, and we moved that out of our fleet just simply because somebody's perceptions of what is okay, I feel, is dependent on what is actually required by FUS, NFPA, and things that are going to be able to be brought into our fleet so that it mirrors what our other systems are.
Thank you. Councillor Chong had a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Regarding the aerial apparatus, is there a limitation to how many stories we would be able to protect?
That would depend on the stick, the size of the stick. So the stick is just basically what the aerial has for extension. You know, you can go as high as you want. It just depends. The higher that you go, generally the longer and more money you end up spending. So most communities have tied it off at 6 stories, and none can be built above that. Some of the developments that we have here are including active living spaces on the top of some of these structures, which means that it no longer becomes a 4-story, it becomes a 5-story, or if the 5-story has those activity spaces, it becomes a 6-story. So some of those aspects, it would depend on your largest building that you protect. That's the way that the FUS, or the fire underwriter survey look at it. It's your largest building and that size of that building, which would be required for protection. So the review would look at this too as well.
So would introducing the aerial apparatus allow us to build higher than 4 stories?
It could, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we're going to break for lunch, but I have one more question about this, and I wondered if you could tell me, would this study also include the perhaps necessity of increasing the fire hall? Because I know that would the apparatuses that you have in mind, would they all fit within the space that we have now? Because I know when the fire hall was built, there was a piece of property to the east that was included in case it needed to be expanded, but that would be another big cost if that was necessary.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the fire hall, but we
we have more than enough space.
Yeah, you got.
Even with an aerial,
With an aerial?
yeah, we're gonna be, changing some of the permanent locations of the vehicle between our hall on 51st and our, main hall on 74th, just for complexities and allowing, easier response, especially during the summertime, but, we have more than enough space. Yeah.
Thank you. So can we stop here for a minute? May I ask for a motion, please, from council to, is it to recess? This is Hilton, to recess for lunch, because lunch is here. Are you making that motion, Councillor Chong? He wants to go and eat. And, is there a second to that? Councillor Quadriga, thank you very much. All in favor? Okay, we will come back at 1 o'clock. Does that make sense? Or do you want to do it half an hour? I'm not quite sure. What is it?
Jim, how-
12:10
Jim,
now.
how long do you need?
Half hour works, or say 3/4 an hour, meet in the middle,
Okay,
12:45.
12:45.
Sorry.
Okay, let's try that and see.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm getting that. I got the numbers, I just got that.
Is that 2 + 2 + 2?
I think if you're
hear you. Okay, live again.
Thank you very much. So,
We're just waiting for Counselor.
oh, Counselor Chong isn't on yet, okay.
Oh, here he is.
Okay, there he is. So, we need to, what's it called now, Mrs. Hilton, reconvene.
Yes.
We need a motion, please, to reconvene the budget meeting. Counselor King, Counselor Poderica, all in favor. Thank you very much. And, Mrs. Hilton is going to guide us through what we need to do next.
I'm gonna finish with the problem, or-
No. Just do it right away.
Okay,
So could you please read the motion that you would like us to consider?
which bylaw, just,
We need to read do we not need to do the
Yes.
waiving the 24 hour?
yeah, which bylaw would council, are we, Jim? You want to do the one? Yeah, which bylaw?
5503.
Perfect, thank you. So council is going to waive the 24-hour notice requirements. For water rates and regulations bylaw number 135503. And that needs to be a unanimous decision.
All right, so could I need a mover and a seconder first? Okay, mover. Counselor Poderica, seconder is Counselor King. And so we need a mover, and we've got that, so I'm gonna say all in favor. Good, that is unanimous, thank you. So we are going to do the same thing now for bylaw
No,
number.
you should consider that bylaw.
Okay. So, do I read it as it's written on the paper? Is that what I should do?
No,
No, we don't
First and
need
second
to.
reading.
Just
First, second,
everybody's got a
third.
copy of it, so we will just, it's for Suez Water District Rates and Regulations bylaw.
Madam
So-
Mayor.
Yes.
Councilor Chung, we did send you the revised, the new bylaw, it's in your email.
I'm sorry, we've all got a copy of it, Counselor Chung. Can you have a quick peek at it? It's from Mrs. Hilson.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, so. We need a mover and a seconder, please, to give first, second, and third readings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Of this bylaw. Counselor Bennett, Counselor Appleby. All in favor. Thank you very much. That's passed. Now. Going to go on to the next one, or do we have to waive the?
Yes, council will need to waive the notice requirements.
Okay.
For 135704.
Right. Thank you very much. So could I have a mover and a seconder, please, to waive the 24-hour requirement? Counselor Chong, Counselor King. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. And now we're going to need a first, a mover and a seconder to do the bylaw amendment, number,
Oh,
No.
yes, correct.
yes, 1355-22019, and read it for the first, second, and third time. No, it's not.
No, it's that Surrey Water District Rates and Regulations Amendment bylaw 135704, 2022. We read it first, second, and third time.
We just did that.
No, we did.
We did 1355. Sorry, I thought I heard 1357.
No.
Okay, so we're now doing 1357. And we will ask for a motion, please, to read that first, second, and third time. Counselor Appleby, Counselor Marrera. All in favor? Good. Those are all carried unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody.
So can I just ask a question?
Yes,
On the sheet here, Jim, should the date be changed at the top? It's got 2/19.
That's one there.
The new one you just. The one you just printed?
No, because you're amending that bylaw. That's the original bylaw. So no.
we're okay.
Yeah, that is correct.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
Don't spend too much money.
Well, you better stay and. So they need to say- so do they need to say-
Council, that we can sit that back down for a moment.
What's that?
They need to sit back there.
You're gonna spend more money.
Please. Thanks, Dave.
So we're not going on with the fire report, going back to something you would like.
So your worship, I'd like to go back to the water, operating budget increases as well as some of the capital increases. What I'm asking the council is pre-budget approval to move forward with the FDE. I'd like to get that position posted like ASAP.
All right, can you point out which page we're on, please, just so that we can look at it?
That was the. On page 147,
Thank
that
you.
was the operating increase for one additional staff.
Okay. So we need a motion to increase this by, it turns out to be $65 a year per household. Is that correct? Is that what we're doing this?
No, this is just adding
Sorry.
a full-time equivalent position that was approved
Absolutely.
in the
All
budget.
right, got you. So we need a full-time equivalent position in terms of $132,626 for the water budget.
That is correct, your worship, and that is included in the bylaw you just.
So we better okay it. Councillor Chong, did you have your hand up? Okay, are you moving that? Thank you. Councillor Federica seconding that. All in favor? That was unanimous.
Now, that's
Thank
just
you.
the water side, that's not the sewer.
That is correct.
With the water. So you don't need the sewer right now. 'cause we haven't gone through all of it.
We haven't gone through the sewer yet, your worship.
So basically, we need pre-budget approval for any project moving forward until the financial plan has been adopted. Financial plan bylaw is our ultimate budget document. So we're approving, we've given first three readings to the rates. So that's why we have to ask for pre-budget approval prior. If the financial plan was adopted, then that budget is solid going forward.
Okay,
So that's the rationale why.
so what about the sewer one? That will have to be
It
done
hasn't-
tomorrow.
that hasn't been-
No, I know it hasn't, but once we deal with that, then we'll have to come back and pre-budget approval for the
If
sewer
he,
operator,
if he asks for it.
if he asks for it.
Oh, I'll be asking for it.
Yes, I'm sure. you will. Okay, we all right? Oh. He's got his fingers up, so he must need.
100%. Yeah, well, that's what it's still. On some of the other. Oh, no.
Okay, are we all right to go back to the fire department budget now then?
No, I got two more, your worship.
Oh, you do? Okay, okay.
I-
Page, please.
Oh, I'm going anywhere,
Okay, Jim, 191.
This is the production well exploration.
We don't go that high.
153.
Thank you.
153.
There you go. Sorry, my book is out of date.
All right, so you need 160,000.
153.
So, moved by Councillor Bennett, seconded by Councillor Federica, that we pre-approved $160,000 for the production well exploration.
That is correct, your worship. Yep.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you very much. That's carried. We have one more.
One more, your worship, and this is the controversial one. I'm asking for pre-budget approval to move forward universal water meter. I'd like to get this on the books and starting to move forward with it.
Okay. Is
That
there
one
any?
we need- that one we need to get the full.
We need to do what?
We need to have the borrowing bylaw adopted, so we've got all of our funds that are. Good moving forward, so
So we
Just
should
wait
do
for
that one
Tuesday.
right now.
that one's gonna have to.
Okay,
That's it for me, your worship, thank you.
thank you. Okay,
How you
enough
doing?
for that today. If we need, Councillor Appleby and Councillor Moreira, we have you on speed dial.
Right on. Oh, that's what I'm
Yeah, you have to knock on your door. Thank you very much.
Send the fire truck.
Yeah, I'm fired.
Again.
It's what we're doing.
Tomorrow morning without. If there's something to adjust.
They wait things.
Okay, so, we are now back to Chief Portnoy.
What page are you on?
43.
Madam Mayor, you are correct, page 43.
Thank you.
Unless, of course, I'm not sure if we, finished up with aerial and engine apparatus, I'll just, for that report. If there's any further questions, if not, we'll just move on to the, page 43, which is the, report for, capital purchase of the, rescue lift bags. So this capital, project request is for $14,500 to, replace our, current rescue bags that we use in relation to extrication and or making space. They have a lifespan of 15 years and we are past that date of manufacture. And we are looking to have them either taken out of service this year or replaced.
How many bags should be available to purchase for the 14,000?
3. Councilor came through you, or through the mayor.
And thank you.
3 bags. Okay. Any questions? No, we're okay.
Okay, moving further, a replacement for, capital project request for, SCBA fill station replacement. We're asking for $10,500. This would, change out the current SCBA fill station. Our current SCBA fill station is one of the original Jordan Air, which, has its complexities. It was manufactured in 2007, and it's over the 15 years old. We're finding that it's having a really hard time being able to fill with any consistency with the bottles, and it's limiting the amount of air that can actually be put into a bottle in one set. So we end up having to retop that SCBA cylinder up about 2 or 3 times to get the adequate pressure into the SCBA cylinder.
So it's for self-breathing.
That's for your self-contained breathing apparatus.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any concerns about this one? Okay, thank you. Carry on. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Chong.
So my question is, does it require full replacement or has it been refurbished? Is there any ability to repair the current filling station as opposed to completely replacing it?
It's been serviced and the repairs have gone such that it can we're having to live with it as is. The current service company cannot get anything further out of it to be able to properly fill the SCBA cylinders. We don't know if it's complexity in the original design. But we have defeated all avenues to be able to try to correct it on behalf of service technicians.
Gotcha. So it's been duct taped as much as possible.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
And- Yeah,
Go ahead, thank you.
okay. And then moving on to the capital budget project for the $350,000. This was already a pre-budget approval process that was brought to Mayor and Council on May 24th, 2022. And this one will be coming forward to Mayor and Council for a option for financing. And I do believe for reward of the proponent, but this is $350,000 is the replacement of our rescue truck, our 1997 International Superior build. It's more of a formality, but you'll see this coming forward to the December 13th budget meeting for approval or borrowing.
Can you tell me how big a truck that is? Is it 1 ton, 2 ton, 6 ton?
It will be built on a Ford F-550 chassis potentially, depending on the award. And it'll be a 5-seater. And yeah, we will know the overall dimensions in an engineer drawing that will be provided to us if they're awarded.
So does this include some equipment on it or just like a 3/4 ton pickup truck?
No, it will house all of our rescue equipment. That would be our motor vehicle extrication. Right now, we keep some of our equipment at the hall, which has a tendency potentially to be forgotten and brought to the scene. It will house most of all of that, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it so that it is very purposeful in design. We've actually gone to some designs with a walk-in rescue, which means that you can actually enter into the back of the truck. In the future, I think there will be some complexities with BC ambulance because they look after our rehab, where we're no longer allowed in their apparatus. So when we're actually filtering our firefighters through the rehab function to make sure that they're fit to return back to fire suppression efforts, that we can actually put them in the back of this. So it's going to be a bit of a multi-purpose rescue unit.
This vehicle is not in use, it just sits up at the fire hall or just one of yourself or somebody drive it around?
No, it will be for emergency operations undertaking any of the rescue services that we provide. Perfect, thank you.
So can I ask if we've already given pre-budget approval in May? Did that not include how we were gonna fund that?
It didn't include the resolution for the borrowing from MFA,
Oh, I
so
see.
that's just another step that we need to complete.
Oh, I see. All right, got it. Thank you. I'll put that.
And just pass on to you, council. The reason for the pre-budget approval is we don't know when the potential timelines, obviously with the supply chain, of when it could be potentially delivered. In this case, depending on the reward for the proponent, it'll be 54 weeks to 84. Hopefully we can get it underneath that. But pre-budget approvals for rescue apparatus are becoming more commonplace during COVID and more essentially post-COVID, just because of the timelines. Some apparatus are waiting 2 to 3 years out, and so it's good to get ahead of the game.
Do you still feel you have enough funding for this truck? Now it's 8 months later?
We were able to sharpen an entire drawer full of pencils, Councillor King. We are confident that we can build the truck for that amount. Yeah, adaptive evolve overcome.
Thank you.
Mayor, Portoff, I'm done with the capital request on behalf of the fire.
I think that's a good thing, isn't it?
Well, other than my just general raise, but.
Yeah.
we can talk.
Forget
Okay.
it. Okay, thank you very much. Pete.
Move
Thank
forward
you,
to
Mayor,
page,
through you to the rest of council.
forward to page 50. And this is a highlighted changes for the 2023 RCMP budget. So the budget is being presented to council with a 3.49% increase in policing costs. There was increased revenues by $40,070 to offset the net increase in operating expenditures. The current staffing for the Osoyoos detachment is 1 sergeant and 5 constables. The municipality funds 70% of the costs, and the current RCMP reserve balance is at $1,094,854.
Questions? Go ahead.
Could you, can you explain how the building, the housing, maybe? Is that a town building?
No, that's a federally owned building,
Oh,
and
okay.
we pay what's called an accommodation, so we pay the rent of that building. And the component of the full-time staff that are working there. So that's built into the RCP contract.
All right, because I hadn't seen any costs, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, if you looked on the page 51 as an example, it shows an accommodation estimate. So that's basically the building charges.
Oh,
And then the public service support staff is the office staff that's in the detachment.
Does this include their offsite holding for stolen goods?
I don't believe so.
So they just pay that separately,
I think that's a separate budget.
their own budget?
Okay,
Moving forward to page 53, this is Brianne's request.
yeah, before Brianna starts, can I just point out for our new counselors that several years ago, we started a fund to offset some of the policing costs. And we put aside some money every year. I thought that was done for several years. And that was how we were able to accommodate going from 30% to 70% of the RCMP budget. I think it came out in 2016, the census. And so we knew we had to pay that, but we asked for some clarification on it, so I don't think we had to pay it for a while. A year and a half.
We had to pay for a portion of the year.
Yeah, but anyway, that was a good thing, and that was sort of looking at what could happen in the future, and so that's why we have this amount sitting in the bank, so thank you. Go ahead, Mrs. Hilton.
Thank you, Mayor Recorda. Administration is requesting that council consider an increase to the operating budget for bylaw enforcement. The increase would allow for additional hours to our 2 current full-time bylaw enforcement officers, and also provides for an additional 2 seasonal bylaw enforcement officers for busy summer months. The additional summer seasonal bylaw enforcement officers would also allow for increased bylaw presence in the parks, and also allow for bylaw to address files in a more timely fashion. We have noticed that the number of citizen concerns have over doubled since 2021. And so this has seen an increased demand for bylaw enforcement. As well, the additional hours will allow bylaw enforcement to address citizen concerns and also expedite resolutions. We've also seen an increase to short-term rentals, animal control, dogs at large, and we've also been assisting other departments with bylaw infractions.
Thank you. We are hoping that with the increase in the budget, that we will be able to hire some park officers, because we didn't have anybody apply last year. So we're hoping to find some people for this year, right?
We did advertise last year for 2 seasonal bylaw officers. We had advertised for 2 seasonal park ambassadors. We did have an interest actually in bylaw enforcement officers. There were people that applied, however, we didn't have the budget.
Okay, so we could now do that. Great, thank you.
Yeah, if I'm reading this right, each bylaw officer would get an extra day of work.
Correct. Right now, they work a 4 on 4 off schedule, so I'm gonna go approximate, I think it's about 1,680 to like 1,720 hours a year. This would bump them up to, I think, 1,860 a year. So that's just quick math, but it would definitely provide for additional, it would allow them to have a day of overlap as well.
And then plus you'd have the extra couple people part-time that can fill in those odd days. then?
Yes, and in the summer months, we would have bylaw officers on from the morning to the evening, which we currently do not have.
Now, is there a different class of bylaw officer, like say the two we have now, they got certain type of training? But the new ones have just the same training or better?
They would probably have the same, we are gonna look at targeting, starting recruitment in January, February, if this does go ahead. And reaching out to, the colleges, that's where, we were successful in receiving, that's where, our current bylaw officer, that's where we recruited him from.
We got different comments where bylaws can give out tickets and they can't give out tickets, so. Have we come to some type of resolution on that?
Yeah, so bylaw enforcement officers can give out tickets if it's permitted in our bylaw regulations and our NTIs. And the maximum fine amount that the province of British Columbia allows for NTI infractions is $1,000. And so you would have to look at the regulations depending on the bylaw.
Is that $1,000 once, or can you keep
It would
adding it
be,
on?
for example, we just made the amendment to the zoning bylaw for the MGI, and it's $1,000 per occurrence, which would be $1,000 per day. So we can fine somebody $1,000 per day, yeah.
Okay, page 55 is the 2022 capital projects that are moving forward to 2023. And they include the Osuis childcare needs assessment and strategic action plan of $50,000. Road system designs for various locations, $146,653. Fleet replacements of $878,085. Washroom Legion Beach, $286,820. Generator placement and hookup, $45,000. Flood mitigation plan, $34,871. And compost facility management plan, $25,000. And likewise, those will be adjusted to actual values that you're in.
That's it.
Yes, go ahead.
Good, thank you, Madam Mayor. With the Osoyoos childcare needs assessment, would that take into consideration the for-profit childcare plus the non-profit? Like when they do their assessment, will they evaluate both sides of the equation?
I think so.
Because I mean, this was sort of brought up because the nonprofit was looking at a grant, and we had to give the money back. So now, just recently, a new for-profit, I would believe, childcare center just opened. So when you do this assessment, we're gonna be looking at both sides of the equation.
Yes, yes, Councilor.
Thank you.
It was done at one point with everybody else in the regional district, and we were not asked. I just heard about it when it was done. And it was because the town wasn't asked. It was the childcare center that was asked. And they thought they had everything well in hand, so it's unfortunate, which is why we have to now do that assessment ourselves to make sure that before we can apply for any grants, you need to have that assessment done.
Well, that's what we're thinking. And the washroom there at we're in here, Legion Beach. What still has to be done so we get that open?
Through the chair, Councilor King, electrical service still needs to be installed by Fortis. And there's still some outstanding deficiencies in regards to electrical equipment. Exterior lights, interior lights, electric heaters. The trail lighting. I believe the electric blocks still need to be.
So is this stuff have to be done before Forest connect?
That's not my understanding. The general is putting a lot of pressure on his subs to get this stuff done, and continues to put a lot of pressure on his subs to get this stuff done.
And this is a winterized washroom like
This is a full four season washing room, does I think.
Yeah, good, okay. Wish you the best.
Mhm. Yeah, it would be nice to have it open sometime this winter. Okay,
So we'll move on to the 2023 capital projects, page 58, and we'll start with Gerald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sitting here all morning listening to everybody spend money, so I'm not sure we got any money left.
well, you're not asking for a whole ton, so that might help.
Before you is the Parks Master Plan that will be taken on with planning for $40,000. We are actually in the process right now of removing the old museum. And once that's done, we're going to be putting some green space, some stands, and some park benches just as a minimal for people to use. But during this time, we're going to get everybody or invite everybody and anybody as stakeholders to sit down and see how we're going to actually operate and use the park. So that's what this is for. We've done a charrette in the past. And this is how we're going to do this. In terms of our Parks Master Plan, it'll actually affect not just Gyro Park, but how we use some of our other parks as well.
We talked about a Trails Master Plan as well.
Councillor King, we have a Parks and Trails Master Plan that I believe is only 2 years old. And then we were going to actually address some of those items in there. Yeah, so some of it will be in this plan. It'll be used as part of this, as part of an addendum to solidify and look at different things that have been identified in other areas. And pretty much the use of this particular plan will sort of let us know how we can utilize the park more for parks. Not just for, activities, special events, those kind of things. But also for other groups like the Lawn Bowling Club, the seniors, and of course, some of our major events that are on site.
And this is just looking at Gyro Park, it's not looking at any other park.
It's focused on Gyro Park, but it will include other parks in terms of, if we can reciprocate different things, like general, items for different things. How we're going to, arrange certain items, which we can include in our special event application, those kind of things. That's how it would be unfolded.
Is there a timeline for this?
We'll get going on this right away, and then, come right around the beginning of the year. And then, we're hoping to have this done, in June, late summer at the latest.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Zackel, to your worship and members of council. This is part of that grant application we did for flood mitigation works. So this is a grant application for $21,700. If successful, will be fully funded. This will update our land use policies to reflect the current 1 in 200 year flood event, and probably at a raising flood construction levels.
Are you looking for us to fund this if you don't get the grant?
No, this time, Councilor King. Again, this will be something that should, if we're unsuccessful, we'll either reapply at the later grant application with times, or this will come back to council in 2024.
Okay. Yep.
And for this one as well, your worship and members of council, this is again a grant application. So this floodplain and action bylaw, we have applied for grant funding to make this particular bylaw happen. This will address floodplain setbacks, wave action measures, again, flood construction levels in the bylaw, floodproofing requirements, modifications to existing structures and or properties and covenants that will be required to be maintained on properties in regards to 1 in 200 year event.
So the 1 in 200 year flood is probably now 1 in 10, right? If I remember, it's not.
Well, they won't change the frequency from a 1 in 200 year event, and it's still a 1 in 200 year event. However, the possibility of a 1 in 200 year event is increasing.
Yes.
So you may see a 1 in 200 year event in the next 3 years.
Yes.
Yeah. But overall,
And when are you hoping to hear back on the grant opportunity?
again, this one is tied to the other grant opportunity for water systems, so we'll do that in January.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So this next one is our computer equipment. And this is the purchase of 2023 goals or to migrate our MC365 from Exchange. Creating up our current Exchange server, rebuilding the current Exchange server for our IC Datum, which is our accounting software. And set the current Datum server up for replication or failover or also for backup. Refresh older workstations and notebooks. Plan support migration from current contract parameters to new ITMTS, which is IT managed per seat support model, which includes the help desk, remote access support, no company's metrics. And the 2023 budget is 30,700 for this. If there's any questions?
Can't remember the last time that we didn't have computers. Big money on our budget. Remember when we did that, we ran things off on paper and took notes. It seems to be a huge part of our budget nowadays.
Absolutely.
This is what to for backup?
This is our licensing, this is our hardware, this is our software. Page 73 shows you the entire budget of capital and operating. And as you see, there's a number of factors that are factored into here. Some firewall router network switches, notebook computers, a UPS backup, all of those kind of things. Projects relate to the wireless access improvements that we continually try to do. When you get into operational expenses, we're going to the M365 licensing, which basically makes one of our servers redundant, so we don't have to ever replace it. Because that information can be now stored onto the cloud. So we were due to replace our Datum server, and now we've saved that money to be able to do it this way. And we're gonna use our old Datum server as a backup server. In case.
I see you got budget for the antivirus software, it's just a one time. So does it get upgraded like all automatically over the next few years?
Yep, it gets updated. We ensure that that's always updated and covered. All of our cyber portholes and things like that are all taken care of to ensure our security and integrity of the system.
Okay.
Page 74. That's Gerald.
Director Davis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before you is a request for funding for the age-friendly and accessibility upgrades. The age-friendly program is something that we've had for the last 5 or 6 years. We've done a number of different accessibility improvements throughout town. It is also part of our age-friendly program where we actually have to monitor and keep record of all the items that are completed. One of the good things with the age-friendly designation is that we can approve or apply for grant funding. Without that designation, we can't. One item I would like to discuss or have council to think about here is the $30,000 budget and how we actually spend that. For the last couple of years, we have pretty much allocated funds, but it wasn't spent. And again, this year, due to our weather, we didn't get the scent garden completed. And we didn't actually get the trail at Kinsman Park or our audit done. And that had totally to do with the weather. Just through our leadership meeting, we had talked to the possibility of first identifying some major goals to bring that specifically to council. And then bringing it back at a later time to get those items approved. Right now, we would have some of those extra items that I just said, to have to come back for next year. But we also build on that from year to year. And really, there's nothing specific that we could bring forward this year, except the ones that weren't completed. So it's just something for council to think about. It would make it easier for administration in terms of getting some of these projects in line and completed, but it also gives us a better plan and idea of how we proceed with those items.
So the items that were not spent last year, that were, because there was 30,000, it's been that for quite a few years, hasn't it, per year? So is that then, can you hold on to that and then add to for a larger item, or does it go back into the budget?
It would be carried forward
Okay,
like it did last year, so the items that we had for the Sankar specifically. And Jim's looking at me now because he's like, well, that wasn't in the carried forward just before. But they were items that were approved and brought forward. And the only reason they didn't get done was because of the weather. And this just happened in the last 2 weeks. I think it's easier to bring a budget to council with a specific plan in place.
okay,
And that's can still happen. And I think, if the committee identified a number of items, even if it was more than $30,000, that would come back to council and get approved in that respect. The best time to do that obviously would be, budget time. Right now, we don't actually we have a project list that Councillor King could probably elaborate on. But they're smaller items. There is a couple of items, like I said, that we could carry forward, and that's what we would have. But again, it would be a good discussion for council to look at and have and see where we go.
go ahead, Councillor.
I just gonna make a comment and Jim, I talked to Mr. Sacco. This grant actually got increased by 10% last year to 33,000. So number one, I'd like to see this at 33, not 30. Open the discussion to start with, correct? So it's 33,000. I think the committee does a lot of fantastic work in the community. Accessibility, we're getting feedback. We're one of the leaders in the province actually for what we've been doing. A lot of smaller projects, but they're very important. We've identified some major projects, and I guess we turn over to Mr. Bernstein and then try to get him to fit in the budget, which isn't fair to him, but he's been very receptive to help us get a few things done. So thank you in that regards. Got no problem. Hopefully, this is written up so we can carry those projects forward. Mr. Zacco?
I would just need council resolution to change the amount.
Oh, well, I make a motion that we increase to 33 where it should be.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Chung is seconding that. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
So you've got enough projects to,
Well, I guess it's really, are we allowed to carry it forward like operations? We can carry these projects forward without losing the money?
That's why we've got it in in this project category in capital. Yes, the unused funds will be carried forward.
Okay,
I thought they were all going to be spent, so it'll be something I'll capture.
okay, that's good. So, thank you.
I would like to also mention, we are using some of our RMI funding to help with some of the stuff we've identified in our project plan, i.e. the signs and braille.
okay,
That we are looking at right now, and that's a different project altogether, but also for flowers and plantings for the scent garden. Again, the anticipation is to have that done in the spring.
is the scent garden just a portion of the Pioneer Walkway?
Yes.
Is it just at one area?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's certain flowers or plants that are being put in there that have a strong odor. Okay.
Yeah.
Same.
And they're up at a box where a person in a wheelchair can actually go by and stop and smell those.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
75 church.
Through your worship to the council. Here come my fleet requests. This is the first one. This is a replacement of a mower at $136,600. This mower was identified in our fleet assessment and replacement strategy. Currently, we do not have this mower. The engine failed on it early this season. Thing is now put and we got rid of it. So we need to replace it. We temporarily replaced it with a mower earlier in the season just because of the fact that we had no mower to do parts. What we are finding is this zero steer mower is fantastic for our smaller parks, not so great for our larger parks. We're finding it underpowered and not being able to do parks in a timely manner. So we are asking for the mower that actually failed to be replaced this year.
Okay.
Is there a lifespan on this mower or guaranteed warranty?
Well, I can't remember what there, it's probably typical 5 years on parts and whatever, and a year on everything else. As for replacement, I believe these are replacement after 10 years.
Need a special license to drive it?
No. No, they are trailers over town. But I could ask them.
So can I ask about the beach cleaner? While I'm thinking about it, what the status of that?
The beach cleaner is fully operational. Replacement parts have been brought in, it's been repaired and it's ready to go for spring deployment.
So it doesn't remove snow.
No, your worship, I can screen the snow if you're likely to, but that will not remove the snow.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Well, that's good because that was kind of a star thing that the RMI paid for. And I think we're the only resort municipality in the province that has one of these, and all the rest of them were. The other 13 resort municipalities were quite interested in seeing it.
Well, I get a question. Is there any chance of getting an electric one? Like, so environmentally, maybe it's a grant to get electric one instead of gas one?
To the chair, Councilor King, I have not seen an electric mower of this size yet. They don't exist at this point. This is an diesel powered mower. This is the rest of the horsepower to get done what we get done. The manufacturers haven't gone down the path of electric mowers yet. In all honesty, I'm leaning more towards hydrogen fuel cells and I'm leaning towards electric, and I'd really like to see that technology come out for these types of applications. The problem with electrical is they need to plug in. They're very susceptible to weather, to temperature, everything else. So this particular machine is also used in the winter to address our community sidewalks and our community parking lots. Batteries and low temperatures don't go off very well at this time.
So I think that's good to identify that it's got an attachment so it can be used in the winter.
Yep. Good. Okay. Brownstein, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is a request to replace two of our light trucks, the 98 Chevy half ton and the 2007 Ford half ton with light. We'll be replacing both these vehicles with another two half tons. However, we would be looking at an extended cab and a 4x4. Or extended cab and 4-wheel drive on both of those purchases. The reason why we're starting to lean towards an extended cab and 4-wheel drive is the resale value on those pieces of equipment far exceed anything we're selling right now. Most of our fleet is 2-wheel drive. And we're finding that when we go to offload these vehicles, nobody wants them. So we're getting bottom dollar for these pieces of equipment. If we purchase things that are favorable to resale, we get a little bit more money on this. They've gone to the point of retirement.
So you're replacing two trucks.
Yeah.
With one, is that?
No, with two new ones, so
Oh.
each get, so we'll get two new vehicles, so replacing like for like, we'll just be going to an extended cab or 4-wheel drive on these trucks.
94,500 is gonna buy you two trucks?
It is, Your Worship.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, good. We get municipal pricing through all the major dealerships, and municipal
Okay.
pricing is much lower than what you can go in and make it before.
And do you sell the other two trucks or?
That is correct, Your Worship. They we put on auction and they'll be disposed of.
Okay, thank you. Next, Spirit Brownstein.
So this is the larger of the asks. This is $175,000 and this is for a utility response vehicle. This will be replacing a 2009 F-550. We'll be actually looking to go to a mechanic style truck. So this will be outfitted with a crane, toolbox, etc. It'll be used by our utilities department for fire hydrant maintenance, for pump holes, for after our emergency response, etc. So this will be a fully outfitted truck to allow for ease of work for our utilities department.
And you need to order it now in order to get it in late 2024.
So as soon as this budget is passed, then the RFPs will be released and hopefully we'll get it late 2024. We may get lucky as these pieces of equipment are generally pre-constructed by a lot of the manufacturers, so we might get lucky and actually get one off the lot.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or concerns? No? Dave, you were smart to get this after lunch when we're all, ready to
It's
accept
close.
anything. And now we have Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before you is a request for $25,000 for the rubber fall surface at Lions Park. We just finished install of our accessible swing this year. But the fall surface that we use there is not truly accessible. The people who do need it have requested, why do we actually keep using the wood fiber material, but it is actually designated as an accessible fall surface. But what we're asking for here is to replace that just for that accessible swing at Lice Park for $25,000. In the past, even with our splash park and the other accessible swing at Kinsman, we actually applied through the BC stewardship program to recycle tires, and we got 50% of the funding covered. Again, there's no guarantee on that, but that's where we are. This is also something that we identified through our accessibility committee, but as you can see, $25,000 almost eats up the whole thing.
So if you have some, because you say you have some extra money. It's joining again, I don't know what I'm doing, anything different. So you might have some extra money in that budget, in which case you can use it rather than using this or not.
If we're not going to use that funding that was approved earlier, that could come from this. Again, that would be to council, but it would serve that purpose. Because that's exactly what we're doing, but we wouldn't see that much extra being done.
But you might get a grant too.
That's correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
And I just wanted clarity on
Yeah.
that. The total cost is 25,000, but chances are you'd be asking for a grant for 50% of this 25.
Yes,
That's right, thank you.
thank you. So you're on again, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So before you is a request for $100,000, and this is to do with our park washroom renovations. We actually had this as a carry forward project from last year. And we brought it forward with absolutely nobody putting a bid in, nobody looking at it at all. And we are looking at not doing a complete reno per se, but just doing some aesthetic and some safety and accessible improvements. Again, some of the stuff that was identified through the accessibility committee. So what we're looking at for construction, renovation, repairs, 55,000. And automatic flushers and taps at 45 for a total of 100,000. I do believe that it is still grant funded, Jim. What's that? Yeah, so yes, that is correct, for 77,000. So the balance of that is what we would be asking for here.
Okay, and we did have a request last night, at a meeting for the opening of some washrooms year round. Now, we certainly understand that the ones that can be opened are winterized, so we get that. Has there been any thought to, while renovations are done, to winterize any of the non-winterized washrooms?
Madam Mayor, I'll ask Jared to answer some of that, but as far as I know. The buildings were never meant to be year round, so they weren't winterized. And to winterize them, I do believe it would be fairly costly. And we may not be able to do that anyway, just depending on the size and what would need to be done, but Jared could probably answer it better.
Thank you, just that it was brought up last night, there was quite a conversation about it, thanks.
So, from what I understand, listening to last night, was the Pioneer Walkway came up as the washroom in the
The
center.
main one, yeah.
Pioneer Walkway was never built to be opened in the winter. In order to provide a four-season washroom in that particular location, you're probably looking at a complete rebuild. The plumbing, et cetera, is all within the concrete structure. There's no way of heating that concrete structure. There is no utility room, which allows us to make sure the plumbing doesn't freeze. So if you look at Goodman, you look at Gyro, and you look at the marina, they both have all their plumbing exposed and heated, so that the freeze. Pioneer Walkway is not built like that. Everything comes to the floor. The other part is somehow the building would have to be insulated, so we're not losing heat constantly and having our power bills go through the roof. Either that or probably had to redo the roof on that particular facility and insulate the roof. In all honesty, you're probably better off to tear the thing down and build a new one. That's four seasons.
Totally understand, thank you. The other concern last night was that we have a winterized washroom at Gyro and it's not open in the winter time. Now, I certainly understand why it hasn't happened. I'm wondering if you could, for the benefit of people who might be listening, explain what the concerns are down there.
So what happened, Your Worship, this is I think 4 or 5 years ago, it was open all year round. We had an event down there where I believe 80% of the event site was destroyed via fire. At that particular instance, the decision was made to shut down that facility in the winter. There was a significant cost to the community in regards to making the necessary repairs and bringing that water back online. Bringing it back online now, this would be again a question for Mr. Davis is there'd be costs associated with bringing that thing now back in operation, because now we're having to clean it, we're having to close it. There are automatic locks on the doors, however, the vestibules have their own gates. Those gates were put in place because we were finding people were using the vestibule as a urinal. So those gates would then now need to be locked manually, so we would need staff going down there at the point of closure to lock those gates and make sure nobody was sleeping or urinating or defecating in that vestibule. So there's a significant staffing time that goes along with the opening of the Gyro Park back to a winter use.
Just to add that, Madam Mayor, the washrooms, the park washrooms themselves are actually open and closed by my staff, Jared's staff, and Brianne's staff. Whether we open and close throughout the year, and we all do it different times with different people on board to do that. Every night, the doors that we have open now are checked to make sure that there is nobody locked in there or using or doing whatever. The fact that we actually put gates on the outside of Gyro, even though there are on, automatic locks, it was put in place for a reason, and that's because of what happened before. So we just check that to make sure, and we can do that. We can possibly open, but we really need to be positive and sure that we can actually, mitigate any action like that in the future.
Thank you very much. I totally understand that. I just think that there were some members of the public who think that we're just being kind of mean by not opening. So we get it. Go ahead.
So just say, thank you, Mayor. Just to get clarity, how many days a week did Gyro washrooms open?
Right now, 0.
Zero. So I guess I just looked at earlier, we were talking about hiring more bylaw or giving them more hours. So I think it's time to maybe look at possibly open them, especially maybe on weekends or something to start with, or a couple days a week. As an option.
So Madam Mayor, through the councilor again. Yeah, the issue that we would have with it right now is just for maintenance and cleaning. We only have one dedicated full-time person doing that. And then for 2 days a week, nobody does it now because it's not as busy. Coming the spring and throughout the summer, we have 2 people who work 10-hour shifts and they go every day. They also do some other buildings as well, but that's where the issue is in the winter now, especially.
But if it's a special event down there in the winter, do we open them, like if they request it for an event?
Yes, we have done that, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Counselor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is that something we could put just on a kind of a wish list of looking at some finding apart? Washrooms in the future? Some type of structure?
So through the chair, Council Bennett, you want something put in the 5-year financial plan to redo Pioneer Walkway, is that what you're asking for?
I'd like to see that, because I think a lot of people use that. It's pretty favorite in the winter. A lot of people use it.
So, your worship, council as a whole, like, would like that, we should have a motion on the floor to indicate that should be added to, just be better. Right, then we know, yes, that is something that is a priority.
To the 5-year plan.
That's really,
It seems to me that during COVID restrictions, when a lot of places were closed, including several of the restaurants and the washrooms in restaurants, that we did open that. And I don't remember which months of the year we opened it, but we did it to allow truckers who were going through and who were bringing much needed services back and forth along Highway 3. But I don't recall. I think it was outside of our usual months of opening and we did it, but do you remember, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I know at one point, we were looking at a full service porta potty that would wash hands, and the porta potty itself. And I'm not sure if that bathroom was actually open, but
There was something down there, because that's where that's where the truckers would stop and use that washroom all night long and all day.
So your worship, we did open it earlier than normal, so
Okay.
it was brought online a month early.
Okay,
Luckily, the weather allowed us to do that.
yes,
Generally, we don't have the weather conditions to allow it to be open that early, because we still have freezing nights. But we took the risk and knock on wood, we had, I think it was a good April and we were able to open it up early for that particular use. It was not open in January or February or March. We brought it up a month early.
so I mean, included in Councillor Bennett's ask to have the, a new washroom put in there eventually. Is there some way we could also look at how we could reopen with some modifications, the gyro? Is that something that we could add into the plan as well, or is that not? I mean, I know it certainly can't be done this year, get it, but could we look at that as in the future of washrooms around town? Because we have a lot of snowbirds here in the winter time. We have a lot of people that, use that as a trail network and walking every day, and I think we need to look at what are the options, that's all.
I think Madam Mayor, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we sort of briefly talked about that earlier.
Yeah,
So if we have, operationally speaking, if I have somebody that can be down there and clean, open, close.
We will look at
then
that.
this is something that we can
Yeah.
actually look at right away.
no problem. Great, thank you.
You need a budget?
So there's an operational cost to this.
Yeah.
That's something that needs to be realized by council, if we start opening up washrooms earlier or more washrooms. There are operational costs associated with that, and that needs to be realized, so that's probably potentially another staff member for community services. To assist with those cleaning requirements and making sure that things successfully cleaned and operated.
Could we
No, I'm
maybe
not
bring a
sure.
report with that kind of, you know, the options and that kind of information on it. Okay. I just think that, yeah, and I'm not saying we need to do it right now, but I think we just need to have it on the books, all of that stuff, about Washington.
So I think what I'm hearing is council has a desire, we haven't taken a vote. To expand the use of washrooms during, you know, off season.
Mhm. Off season.
Maybe not, you're not really exactly sure on what you want to do yet, but you're, you know, putting words in your mouth, maybe direct the administration to research and bring back options in first quarter 2023, that you're seeking. But then that means that that's not gonna occur until likely 2024. So it's
I
going
get
out,
that, that's,
doing some
yeah.
investigation, bring back some options, looking at the costs, that big thing.
Mhm.
Right, so that's not exactly a motion during the budget process to. You know, ask administration to research potential options for expanding. Washing facilities during the off season. And we'll go
Is that okay?
There's
Yeah.
various cheaper, just.
Yeah,
Porta
but are there
potties,
other
they'll
options?
be abundant and indestructible, there's all kinds of options.
Okay,
Mr. Ronstein? you have a-
So I just wanna confirm a little with council, is there's two things at play here, there's providing a greater service level with our existing washrooms. And then there's upgrading our washrooms to allow for more seasonal use with particular interest in Pioneer Walkway, is that correct?
That's my opinion.
that's my opinion too, that's what I
Ask the motion,
everybody. So do we need two motions then? Or one?
I just wanted it all consistent.
I'm just hearing what you said the last part.
So there's motion on the table, and again,
There's no
correct me if I'm
motion.
wrong, or there will be a motion, would they like a motion? That we look at the feasibility of bringing our existing washrooms online that are able to be brought online in the off season. As well as look at the feasibility of upgrading Pioneer Walkway to a four season washroom.
That's what I thought. Are you okay with that? Everybody else?
Does that include the Charles Park washroom? Can you just identify there?
Yes, so that's the, so the first part of that would be any existing washrooms we have that have the ability to be opened up in the winter.
Okay,
Okay.
somebody like to make that motion then?
Read it back.
I mean, one.
Sure. Sure. You want to add something to it?
One common question. Worship through,
Yeah.
Davis is, one of the comments last night when Sergeant was related to. The signage promoting the available seasonal washroom facilities off the house. And there's an opportunity to include that as well, if that.
Sure.
Yeah, just identifying them, especially on the main, on the public routes.
Sure.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's a good question.
Our
Right.
operation.
So will you make that motion? Thank you very much. And are you seconding it? Councilor Frederica.
You want to read it back?
I'm still drafting.
Thank you. That's a roundabout way of trying to look at all the issues that were involved with that. Thanks.
There's one slug. And residents living in or down at water and ask you this.
There's a lot of people who are trying to use the senior center, and I think that's something under doors that you could use it, I don't know what it was. Yeah.
Or you still do it. Names.
Some people apparently didn't know about, home hardware. They have had a washroom down there all the time.
Yeah, town washer, point to one hardware.
Good marketing.
Well,
We also have the washrooms at the Sonora Center and.
yes, yeah, that's true. That should be pointed out as well then. Mr. Davis.
When you're walking across the pathway, you're not going 3 blocks out of your way.
So maybe an e-news would be a good way to start, although I'm not sure how many people sign up for e-news. We certainly should ask for more. We always do that, don't we? But that's a good way to, once you get a list, we can put it on there. We're just waiting for Mrs. Hilton to read us the motion, and then we will be voting on it. Am I correct?
Sorry, I'm just struggling with the last.
Okay.
Am I correct that it was Councilor Bennett that made the motion and Council Poderica that council directs administration to bring a report in the first quarter of 2023 that looks at the feasibility of existing four-season washing facilities and bringing them online during the off-season and upgrade Pioneer Walkway to a four-season washing facility and direct administration to place signage that indicates washing availability during the shoulder season.
Is that okay? Everybody? Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you very much. So all in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we are West Bench pickleball.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before you is a request for $95,000 to add to the $25,000 that was approved last year for the upgrades of the pickleball courts. For a total of $120,000. I brought this forward last year with the intention of just resurfacing the existing courts, keeping everything the same. And it was approved. But prior to the approval, council directed me to bring back what the cost of the actual total rebuild would be for the courts. So we brought that forward and it was about $230,000. And when we actually looked at that again, the $25,000 was approved just to do the resurfacing. Last year when we followed up on this, the local pickleball club, there's 3 groups were involved. And they requested or asked if we could actually look into doing an orientation east and west instead of north south, just because of the sun and the rise for longer parts of the day, etc., which makes sense. So we got another quote from another group, Orca, out of Kelowna, and what came back was the $100,000. So what would happen is they would keep the existing base, they would, clean it, pressure wash it, fill all the cracks with this special bond, and then they would repaint, reorient, move the posts that are there, and pretty much that's what would happen. So right now, the courts, which are only 5 years old, have a lot of cracks. There's drainage issues up there. And I have spoken to operations about some of that, and there is just some minor things that we can do as part of this whole, improvement to actually mitigate some of those things. So that's what's here before council.
So the concern is if we allow it, there has to be 2 weeks from start to completion and you have to cure it. So that means nobody can go on it for a while. So what is the total, a month?
It'll be probably 3 weeks to a month, yes, Madam Mayor.
So is there a certain time of year that's better than others that the pickleball people are not up there all the time?
Well, we talked to the local pickleball club, and they were fine with this as long as there was, other areas that they can utilize besides Sonora. We do have one other area set up at the Desert Park, but it's only for 1 court, and that's pretty much it. To do something outside and one of our local, parking lots or something like that, possibly at the arena, but you're outside on the pavement, that's
15, 20 plus years old, then it's probably wouldn't work as well, but we have also, talked to the schools about some of this stuff, but they're actually quite full in their after hours. And they could be available in the summer, but it would be at a cost. We don't have any kind of joint use agreement with the school. For the simple reason that we have as many facilities or more than what they have.
Okay. Go ahead,
Can we
Councilor
use any
King.
RMI funding to help offset the cost?
Well, you're right, I believe a lot of this would fit Bill, the RMI funding, we pretty much oversubscribed. I don't know if it's 10-fold or 20-fold, depending on the detailed drawing that we want, or detailed. Yeah, output that we want to have on Driver Park. That preliminary design that was done previously, depending on how you do it, would be upwards of $10 million, the number I heard out there, so it's, yeah, we can fund someplace, but it's gonna leave a deficit someplace else, and it wasn't part of the original plan that went forward.
That's fine.
2 months ago.
But about 10 years ago, we did, well, more than 10 years ago, we did the tennis courts. And we did get like a $80,000 grant, and it was about 150 at the time, much more now.
Yeah, I understand.
For sure.
I guess, does this include the sales for the shade they requested originally?
That's something that they have themselves already, so that would include it once it's done, yes.
They would put them on?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think if they got this funding, they shouldn't be, should not be receptive to closing for 2 weeks, with us going somewhere else for them.
Oliver has courts, the Sonora Center, and there's a couple of private courts too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just got open.
I think they would be okay with it if they knew this was going to be approved. Like I said, there's a lot of people playing pickleball and it's not really a fad anymore. Because 15 years ago, if you told them what pickleball was,
Yeah, no,
I would not have any clue, but right now I can tell you. I've only played it once. But I've listened to it for about 6 years.
Okay, and we're okay with this one then? They haven't decided to take over some of the tennis courts?
Madam Mayor, they have talked about that. And we have continuously spoken to the tennis club as well. And that could be a possibility as well during those 2 or 3 or 4 weeks. Where they can utilize that, but they wouldn't be allowed to put down any lines or anything like that permanent. But
So I do know that somebody who is a tennis player goes up with a machine and clears off the tennis courts often of snow so that they can play, because a friend of mine was up there playing tennis on Monday. And I thought, wow, it's not only cold, but it could be kind of nasty. However, the tennis players are just as adamant about keeping their surface as the pickleball people. Okay, thank you.
the next item, Madam Mayor, is a forest cover for the Sonora Center. In order to keep our facility up to speed and just regular maintenance. This is a piece of machinery that we have. We bought one in 2005, and it's been giving us a lot of grief lately. And that's pretty much all this is. And again, it's the price of $15,000. It's a commercial unit. There's also the possibility that we could utilize the older one for the arena when we take the ice out in the summertime.
So this newer coverage come with, say, more attachments, so it can be universal for other things.
Yes, that is correct. That we pretty much get it for the sidewalls, the different types of floors, different types of pads. And it's actually been really good for us. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering why we're sitting here taking the time to look at those scrubbers and fridge and stove. Why it's at a budget level. Was that just kind of common and stuff?
I can actually talk to that unless Mr. Zackel easily does, but usually anything over $5,000, that would be something that we would normally do. I've always brought forward as a capital item. But again, it's I wouldn't have the flexibility in my operational budget to, pick these off, because between the two of them, that's probably everything in my budget.
Okay. I'm good with both.
Okay, we're okay with that. Go ahead. Commercial kitchen.
So the next item here, the commercial kitchen, 12,000. Again, winter kitchen opened. We purchased these units and for the freezer and cooler. We replaced one of them along with a few other things, and they're just done with their life cycle. These are also units that we would either sell or do some kind of thing to get a little bit of money back, but they're probably not worth much, only just for parts.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Kane.
Yeah, thank you, man. I know you're talking on the freezer side, but has fire inspected this facility, the kitchen?
Yes, it is. We have a kitty system. We have an annual inspection, and our building is fire inspected annually as well. And may even change every 6 months, I'm not sure.
Chief isn't commenting. Do you do it every 6 months or every year?
We haven't been looking after, fire and life safety inspections for some time.
Okay,
Or in a consistent fashion.
so we'll be doing it now.
2023, as identified in the strategic priorities that we set with mayor and council, that 25% of those inspections of with some 350 will be completed with full completion in the 2023 calendar year.
Mr. Davis?
Again, this is xeriscaping for the Sonora Community Center. Last year, we did the entrance going into or from our parking lot. This would be the other side or the main entrance by the library. I'm not sure if people even realize that we have grass there, but we have irrigation grass on both sides, right across the front and in front of the library and in front of the Portuguese monument. So we would do something similar that we did in the back. This does help us with our water conservation, maintenance in terms of cutting grass, and that's it.
Okay, have you considered the concrete steps that go up at the same time? And the reason I bring it up is that somebody from out of town, but who went in and used the Sonora Center said that he was horrified at the state of the stairs that were going up at the front. Now, you know what, they're probably good because they're non-slip in the winter time because they're pretty rough, aren't they? But I do believe those were there when the school was first built in 1950.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we did refinish them once, but we can definitely look at that again for sure.
I didn't know whether that was part of your budget or not.
Question.
Go ahead.
I guess instead of improving the water lines and we're trying to conserve water, have you actually looked at the option of making that kind of rockscape or pavement out there? Instead of trying to keep the grass growing?
Yes, that's what they is what they're bringing forward. Yeah.
Okay. By the way, I read.
Okay, thank you. Next is the water access point.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is, I guess, been one of those projects that's been sitting on the books for a while. It was previously removed to do some land use issues with Jarrow Park. We have been successful in navigating those issues and have gotten approval from both parties involved. I do have the necessary permitting from the province as well in hand. I am requesting $50,000 to complete this project. This is a request from the community to put an accessible access at the south end of Jarrow Park to the water's edge. So this will require some retaining wall work, some pavement work. And some extension to our trail system long term.
So this has been on the books for at least 5 years, hasn't it? Because I remember when people first sent, some people down there first sent a letter requesting this, so. Thank you for getting the permits and so on, sorted out. Go ahead.
I think it'd be great, this accessibility, isn't that the area that floods every 2 years? If we have a bunch of regular ones, you know.
Yeah, I think that section of gyro does eventually get impacted by high water, yes.
So are we gonna make sure it's strong and hold up to a certain amount of water or something?
So it will be designed to handle high level water events in the lake. It will be the same, constructed the same way as the retaining wall already there.
Okay, thank you. Seem to be any concerns, we'll move over to Jack Shaw Park pavement coating.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the council. This came to council in September of 2022. This is in response to the concerns of pavement temperatures. This is a $20,000 budget request to do some pavement coating to address pavement temperatures in the summer. We'll be putting down a solar reflective coating along the asphalt pavement on the north side of the underpass, all around Jack Shaw, Bush Park.
Into the washrooms.
Into the washrooms, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, and this was brought up by the accessibility and a friendly committee, right?
Yeah.
That committee, yeah. Go ahead, Councillor.
It's a comment, I guess, this paint is a non-slip like paint, there's a lot of paints when they get wet, they become very slippery.
So there will be traction,
Okay,
aspect to this coating, so yes, no, it will not turn into a wet skating rink.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. This is Mr. Brownstein again, general park improvements.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is sitting as a capital item for 2023. We may look to actually move this into the operational world for 2024 and beyond. This is a $15,000 request to address what I would consider a minor capital or major maintenance improvements for our parks. This funding is used for such things as the Pioneer Walkway Fountain. That repair cost came out of this capital money. So it's to address those one-offs, those larger ticket items that we have come up during the year.
Okay. Any concerns about that? So it's 15,000 a year, even though the first number says 135, that goes to 9 years.
That goes for 9 years. Your Worship.
Okay, thank you.
So this would be able to carry forward, so say 3 years, we can spend 25.
If it goes unspent, sure. So far, I've spent every last time of it on else things. So right now, no, I haven't been able to carry forward anything. And I probably will continue not to be able to carry forward anything.
Okay, and the next one is for drainage improvements at $10,000 a year for 5 years.
Thank you, Worship. Again, this was one that we'll probably end up pulling into the operating world. Right now, this is a capital request for minor drainage improvements. We will probably end up in 2024 pulling this into the operating world and giving us a $10,000 maintenance budget for drainage related activities. This is one where we make sure that we carry toward any unused portions of that $10,000 to address larger projects.
Okay,
Would the projects be identified in the master plan?
We have not gone down the path of a drainage master plan, or a stormwater management plan. So we know these projects are not really identified in any plans yet. These are one-off responses to failing ways or catch basins that are no longer doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Catch fish?
all right. Do we need to, Mr. Backer, look at that?
Yeah, now it gets the hard decisions, hard choices. Is we need to determine what we're doing for sewer. We need to consider giving first readings to the waste service and regulations bylaw as well. And the other consideration is, if we want to put anything away for the municipal tax portion of the amortization as well. So there's a number of discussions we still need to have here.
Okay. So. Can you sort of tell us where we're at on this and how we should move forward or
Absolutely.
suggestions?
So what was presented to council prior to any monies going into amortization was that there was going to be an increase of $168.60 to the average single family resident. We've increased sewer by $30, so that amount is now $198.60. I put in all of the numbers in for the $30 for water amortization, 40 for sewer amortization, and 44.61 for the general. And what it works out to is a $283.21 increase to the average single family resident. And it's an 8.17% overall. So moving forward, we need to make the decision of what level of funding we want to secure for the future for the community.
And for the specifically the sewer first, because we've already sort of looked at the water and, okay. You have, go ahead, Councilor Spence.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is some good Jim, you said pretty quick, there's sewer and then water and then.
And municipal tax.
So what do I put in mind waiting for the extra?
That was for the future capital amortization.
Yeah.
Yes, that's included. That's what those numbers are. So what we've got is $168.60, which is the increases to the taxes and utility fees. An additional $114.61 is what we were recommending for putting away for amortization of future capital projects. And it's just split up between the general municipal tax, sewer user fees, and water user fees.
So the 168, tell me what the next figure included.
Okay, so the $168.60 comprises.
You're changing on.
You're not on any pages.
I'm looking at 17 at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can look at 17 because it's got all those numbers
Yeah.
on there. So the municipal tax increase was $44.61. The police was $9.99. Fire protection, $30.32. Then we got to the utilities. Utilities were garbage and recycling, $10.52. Sewer was $37.69 and water was $35.47. Now, we've already given first readings to the water bylaw, and that's to add an additional $30 for the provision of amortization for future capital projects. So now we need to consider if council wishes to put away funding for the sewer fund for the same thing.
So it was another third, it was 40.
It was recommended at 40.
So that equals 238.60 total.
283.21 was the adding all three of them together.
Oh, okay, right. We okay with that?
You're just leaving it at the 40 increase? For the sewer,
What's recommended is the
40
$37.69 for the sewer user fees and an additional $40 for
Yeah.
the
yeah.
for amortization to future capital projects.
You okay? Go ahead, Councilor Ben.
I'd speak in favor. They 117, I think they have to catch up. It's we just let it go too long. There increases and just catching up. There's caught up. This is like what.
We got it moved then through a seconder for that.
What are you moving it up to?
For the sewer to be the $37.69 plus the $40 additional for amortization.
And it was seconded. Any concerns or questions or reservations? We'll need masks to go outside anytime. If before the public sees. it.
$40.
So now that the sewer will increase by $77.69. And I have to do a revision to that sewer user fee bylaw for council to be able to give first readings to it.
Okay,
So I would need 15-20 minutes to make that happen.
do you want to do that today and then we'll take a break and come back and do it now? Or do we need to come back tomorrow? And we don't then. If we get it done today, we do not need the meeting tomorrow.
If we were done today, we wouldn't meet tomorrow. Because we would bring all the user fee bylaws back to the 13th of December at a regular meeting of council.
All right,
So this means that 283.21 is the increase. According to the tax that they go, tax version 283.21.
Correct. For everything, for the municipal portions of everything. Police, fire, municipal users. For the year. Yeah. And areas.
okay. Are you okay with that, Mr. Rising, that we take 20 minutes and get that done right now so that we can complete that this afternoon?
Council could consider the waste management service and regulations bylaw. Because that one was being recommended to be increased. And that was by $10.52. So that bylaw is in the package for council. Well, I'm away.
Want a motion?
Is there a page in the report that had that?
It's
At the beginning of
page number 11. I'll go get this to where one.
Okay, there it is. Amend the waste management services to include an increase of $10.52. Am I correct?
10:52, yeah.
So is council gonna make a motion to? Are you gonna consider moving the waste management?
Yeah, we're just looking at it for a second, and then, yeah.
Mhm.
So I
We
have that
have-
Councillor King has moved it, but I don't have a seconder.
We're on the utilities.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know he moved it.
Yeah, the waste
Is
management.
there somebody who'd like to second the utilities, Councillor Federica? And do we have to do a special resolution because we're not 24 hours?
Well, we need to vote on this motion first.
We need to vote on the wastewater.
Yes.
Management
Yes,
and the increase is an average of $10.52.
No, that's two separate things.
no, we
Sorry,
don't.
10:52 is-
Wait, sorry, wastewater. I'm looking at waste management services.
Yes, that's what you're doing. So you were moving that the waste management service and regulations amendment bylaw number 137001 be read a first, second, and third time.
That's correct, but that is the increase of $10.52. Right, according to page on page 17. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
At the bottom, it says garbage recycling?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve, reread the bylaw with an increase of $10.52 on an average home. A first, second, and third time. All in favor? Okay, that's carried.
Now,
Thank
it's
you.
also going to take a recess while Jim.
Can we just stay here? Do we need to actually take a recess?
We should, yeah, we could.
Okay.
yeah,
Bigger recess.
Thank you. First, seconded. All in favor? Recess for 10 minutes. Okay, good. We're done.
So the Councilor Chung will come back at 2:35.
Is that all right? Okay, good. Do we need a motion to reconvene?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, once we get, oh, there you go. Okay.
Just 1 second.
Yes,
Councillor Chung, I have forwarded you the sewer bylaw just for your. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're ready to review.
thank you. So go ahead. Can I reconvene first? Yeah. Could we have a motion, please, to reconvene? Counselor Federica, Counselor King, all in favor? Done? Okay, yes, go ahead.
So Mayor McCordhoff, there's the next two steps that we need to do is consider sewer bylaw first three readings. Then we should get into those couple of items that we heard from the public yesterday. To make decisions on that for inclusion into the budget or not. Then we'll move forward with the property tax on the amount of amortization we wish to save or not. With respect to municipal taxes. And then from there, I will take those resolutions. Reconfigure the budget package and the financial plan bylaw. And my goal would be to try to get this back to council for December 13th. For the adoption of the user fee bylaws. And the first three readings of the financial plan bylaw.
And when would the adoption of the financial plan? It doesn't have to be done until May, am I correct?
The ultimate final, or that's our deadline.
Uh-huh.
But we could be bringing this back forward to council for begin early January.
Okay,
So that then all of the capital projects can get started faster rather than asking for one-offs and pre-budget approvals on a whole pile of things.
okay, thank you. So we want to start off with the sewer fees amendment bylaw. Yes,
Did you have a copy at 12 times?
yes,
So council will need to make a motion to waive the required 24 hours notice, please.
okay, could we have a motion that we, okay, thank you, Councilor Sean, Counselor Federica, all in favor? Thank you, so we wait the 24 hours, now we will go on to a motion to accept the amended sewer fees bylaw and read it for a first, second, and third time. Councilor Bennett, Counselor Chung, all in favor?
I'm again.
You know you're not.
You're good?
Oh, sorry. I
I'm
thought
allowed
you were
to say that.
kidding. I thought you were kidding. I mean, it's getting too late in the day. I'm sorry. So it's, there's one for, in favor, one against. Thank you very much. Sorry, Counselor King. All right, we're now going to go to the, December 6th budget items that were brought up.
Yes. So the first ask came from the South Okanagan Chamber of Commerce. They said that they've received conditional approval for the business retention program. And they're looking, at one point in time, they had talked about 1 year seed funding and a $20,000 request. I'd like to pass it over to our CAO, Mr. Risland, to comment on some of the other capacities of this.
So your worship, I think, the council has a lot of difficult decisions to make. The chamber is something that, definitely is, is supported in the community, is an important part of our business community. They did, produce an ask yesterday, and it's conditional, or they also received some, conditional approval from Etsy, depending on if other municipalities contributed their fair share. And so you have a couple of options. There is some funding available within our economic development budget items. So there's some funding there that would seems to align with their requests. So that's an option available to council. One of the things that council has a couple of options right now. They could consider getting this conditional approval upon the approval of other stakeholders or other partners approving it from their perspective. So that basically means is council could approve that $20,000 tentatively, subject to the other partners contributing their fair share. So that's something council can consider. Other things that you may want to do is ask for more detailed plan as to where this funding is going. I mean, there was some general comments made by the organization, and I have a lot of faith in the organization. There's a lot of people that they report to as far as all their members. But you may want some type of a. Maybe more detailed or plan what their expected measures are over this next year, because one of the things that they were. We're likely funding for 2 more years after, so their tentative work plan is a 3-year work plan. They did say you could potentially do a 1 year and stop in year 2 or 3, but that likely wouldn't be ideal. So you got a couple options there. I think I'm just throwing out there. Have been asked, and you can just approve for the full amount. You can approve any amount, but I'm giving you a couple options that now rest with people.
Go ahead, Councilor King.
Yeah, I support, giving them 20,000 subject to, I think we need a little more information on what they're really gonna do with the money or what we're gonna receive back for giving them the money. And I don't know how to put that into words, but
So do we ask for that information first before we support it, if the
Subject to.
20,000 or?
we can make it subject to receiving information.
Your worship. It would be a conditional approval, that's the term we use here, see that one? That, council approves budget request of the Chamber of Commerce. Condition 2, the other partners supporting,
The same request.
and that council requests, in the hearing, a more.
I'm not necessarily asking that we need the other partners' approval for money, I'm just saying we need some type of more information. What are we gonna receive or what are they exactly gonna do with the money?
Okay, then I would,
That's option B that you came up with.
yes, you could
Yeah.
do it based on 2, you could do it, additional approval based on seeing in more detail where plan
Exactly.
measures.
Yeah.
If you don't care what the other stakeholders contributing, you can leave the motion like that.
I think both are important, but go ahead.
The other thing that we could look at is because we do have a budget established. We could just make a request to the South Okanagan Chamber of Commerce to provide a more detailed. Report on what activities and outcomes that would be affected from our contribution towards this. Business retention program. The money being in the budget, then this report could come back to council could then consider it at that time as to either award or not award. But the money's in the budget.
So maybe just for some additional clarity, I think one of the conditions that I heard the chambers talk about yesterday was Etsy is basing their grant on this council approval, so there is maybe a little bit of timing issue that I'm.
Could I suggest that we look at asking them for more details first? I do have a copy of the FCDC, which was done at a closed meeting. So I do have the report that was filled out on this particular issue. And I could certainly look at that in more detail and find out, because I don't remember seeing that it was dependent on that. However, I need to redo it again, relook at it again. Can I do that?
Madam Mayor, I'm just, do you know what, can we use your insight as to when Etsy requires, our council to commit to it? Do you have a date? That's what I'm worried about, because there's not too many dates left, we have 13, and that's January.
Can I look at it tonight in detail and get back to you for tomorrow, or do you need, but you might need some more detailed information from the chamber before we go ahead with this, right?
Their request had to be in by the end of November.
Request to who? TCDC?
Yes,
Well,
and then you don't get back to people for about 3 months on whether they get the money or not.
And what they've received is conditional approval is what they said. So they've received conditional
Yes.
approval, subject to us approving or
Yes.
providing funding. So,
can you let
really,
me look into that, because I'm not sure that that fits with what was, with what I know. So could I look at that tonight and let you know by tomorrow morning? And find out from LCDC if that is the case, before we write a letter to them requesting additional details.
Can I just add something from sitting on the other side of the fence? It's basically the biggest problem in the Silver Mountain Chamber when we put it together. Was that it's Oliver, so he's Okanagan Falls. And whenever you went to Okanagan Falls, they said, well, what Oliver could be, what in the cities could be, what Oak Falls could be. And then you get the game one, right?
Mhm.
So I think if we think we figure it's gonna be okay, and we just want some more details. I think we should say we have money in the budget, but before we approve it, so that they know they can say to Oliver, well, the Swayze's agree. If you agree, then they got somewhere to start, otherwise they get. Oliver goes and says, well, what did it say?
How much you get?
Yeah.
And they get caught.
Word it that way, does that make sense?
Sorry, Johnny? You've been there.
Yep, subject to approval, from the town of Oliver, as an example.
And the other
Yeah,
areas that they
other
contacted,
areas.
so it's not just Oliver, yeah.
But
That would
if
be
you don't
alright.
get funding from one of them, you can still go forward. And we don't want to stop giving them funding because one didn't give them funding.
And that's what they said as well, is they said it could, if one of the municipalities or locations does not fund it. Well, then they would focus on the areas that are actually funding. The location, so if the town of Osoyoos was the only location that was funding this program. They would only focus on the town of
So I
Osoyoos.
think it goes back to, we don't have any idea what we're gonna receive for our money, was the real question.
Why don't we just ask them, saying, the funds are there. So they know. And then basically just say, and we like want information what the funds are gonna be used.
Like some
Just
people we approve it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like the way you worded that.
just a quick email and we'll know on Tuesday. And we can vote on it.
So your worship, just to be clear, so we do the one motion, so I'm hearing we're going to be back. In full circle, you're doing a motion saying that you're supporting their request for $20,000. And we're not totally here, completely unanimous, but subject to. Others approving their fair share. I mean, if you do that, they can always come back and say one of the municipalities did, you guys can still reconsider and give some. Give additional or less. So you have to decide on that one piece, and second of all. If you do that, then it looks like you're serious and everybody else is going to have to pony up, and you probably got enough for that TV.
But by saying that, we have no idea what we're getting for our money. Now we're putting it aside for it.
So then I think the next motion you made, like another subject to, that. The chamber, subject to, the chamber providing, a work plan and expected outcomes.
Yeah.
With the program.
Yeah.
But is it two? I mean,
We need
you
it for
do,
next-
you're putting it out there
Or can
so
it be
people know.
combined into one?
We need it for Tuesday's meeting.
Do we? We might not have it on the agenda by then.
I don't think if you did it this way, you don't really need it on a Tuesday meeting, because you're saying, as long as all the boxes are checked, we're in. We're ready 20,000 as long as the, us okay balls and everybody else open up the balls, that's okay, and always says okay. And that the plan looks good to you guys. The sooner they give us the plan, the more secure they are. Yes.
Okay.
So it kind of puts the ball back in their court. That makes sense?
So you've got. Jim, do you have to answer that?
Not that one, no problem. I wanna try to get the people to talk again.
Other partners contributing. Oh, there it is. Okay. So I think we can- Satisfied, I think we put satisfactory with fine.
Jim, you sent me an email about the value of the, not the float. Is it the float or is it the boat?
The vote.
Yeah, I will.
We don't really-
She's already said, okay, very
Satisfactory work plan with performance measures, including work. Yeah.
Okay, could you read it to us, please?
Yes.
Here, you need glasses, please.
That council provides conditional approval to the South Okanagan Chamber of Commerce request for budget funding in the amount of $20,000. Subject to a satisfactory work plan with performance measures and financial assistance from the other funding partners.
Okay,
Move that.
you move that, Mr. Executive, Councillor John, all in favor? Thank you, that's carried, okay. And so the next one,
Is the Osceola Lake Water Quality Society. What they've asked the council is a contribution of 5,000 in 2023. And they're looking for 3,000 thereafter. So what they were explaining is because they've got the boat board down at the marina, their insurance costs have increased quite substantially. We can look at seeing if the boat can be added as insured on the town's plan. I'm not sure if it can be or not. But it looks as if the Osceola Lake Water Quality Society's needing assistance now with their operational costs.
Question. They use one of the town slips. So is it like mandatory, I guess, like anything to do with the town, they have to have insurance?
Yes.
so that's a $2,000 already, isn't it? Because that's what we would normally get for that slip, yeah.
That's
So
correct.
that's, they're getting a donation of 2,000 already.
They lose 2,000 in revenue.
Yeah.
Off the top, and then on top of that, they're charged, I think it's $1,400 for the additional insurance.
Okay,
Madam Mayor, one of the uses of our commercial, of our community service grant is for insurance specifically. So I know they have applied for, assistance in the past, but it was more
grant and aid,
grant aid.
yes, yes, I knew that.
And I'm not sure if they have other ideas, but that is something that could be covered through that process.
Okay,
I got here.
I-
Another question. If we were to support, say, 5,000, where would the money come from?
Grant and aid,
No, without using grant aid.
grant and
That's
aid.
a separate grant.
Increase the taxes. Increase use of reserves. Reducing other expenditures. Removing the boat from the mortgage so that we can gain 2,000 in revenue. But then they need somewhere to park it. There's so many choices.
we've already got one in there.
But ultimately, if council was to consider the insurance portion under the grant and aid program, which it does fit, and there is a component for insurance in there. The financial ask or the impact to the municipality then is much less than it would be in other areas, so.
Are they
So-
including the 5,000, including 2,000 for the mortgage and?
They don't pay the 2,000, I don't think.
No.
Yeah, it was only, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, for the first year. For that, and it was 1,500 because it's not a commercial slip.
Okay,
The commercial slip got changed over.
okay. So it was 1,500 they got for that, but if should we find out, first of all, whether they can be under the town insurance if we need value of it? Or do we just tell them to apply the grant and aid?
You're not gonna be able to insure somebody else's boat out in town.
Yeah.
That doesn't belong to you. You have no insurance.
Okay, well, we needed to know that, but
Yeah.
so,
So we haven't really talked about increasing the grant and aid though. And that's never come up in any discussion.
No,
One of my favorite pet projects.
it's,
Well, we give hundreds of thousands to good causes. Get all these community groups do phenomenal work in the community. And again, I'm sure you'd have to jiggle your budget somehow to add another couple thousand to the grant and aid. Not that, I'm not even asking 10%, 2%, 3%. $1,500, $1,800. I'm just throwing it out on the table.
61 right now, is it?
I believe it's
61, I believe is in the. drain.
61, but if I got one 2,500 or if I just put aside for sports automatic 2,000.
2,000.
Yeah, so we're actually putting 59.
But there's also RMI funding too.
No, yeah, we use it all up, or just we talked
No,
about.
no, but that's the, some of the grants, that for the tourist and visitor enhancement. Those ones come out of that fund. For next year, they will too.
So you were, well, let's give you kind of the next 60 or 90 days. So we did put the request out for the RMI funding and that's closed on November 30th and it's going to be coming to council on December 3rd. That's one piece, that's the RMI money. February-ish or so, we put out the request for the grant, the grant funding. And then, King and or you want to-
It has
and
been
you
the
go-
two of them for the last couple of years.
And then you guys can look at it and make a recommendation to council. What we're hoping to do in the future, I'm gonna be a bit of a squirrel here, but
Fine.
what we're thinking of doing in the future is putting both those grants out at the same time. So maybe in September, October, they're kind of not exactly the same, but they're very close. Let that go to that committee, do some digesting, shaking, rattling, rolling, and then bring back council for your ultimate approval. So right now, we're kind of set. We're gonna do an RMI here in next week. Community one Marchish, April,
Yeah.
and so that's where we're at. Now, within the budget, if council wants to provide additional funding. It's very easy, like one of you can make a motion, say, we want to increase the community grant funding by X. To be taken from X, which means to be added to the tax levy. So right now we're sitting at 5%, it would be, added 3,000, it would be 5.1%. So you can go that way, so if you want, talk about it, that's how you do it.
So could we take it out of the RMI?
Well, it's probably a bigger discussion, we're not really.
And no, because some of the things that get grant and aid funding are not eligible for RMI.
So I don't
Like
think we
the
take that money
fireworks.
and just take it out.
So within the RMI, and I have to go back and maybe somebody else can help me, but there is some ranges within some of the categories. Now you have to go looking at the really.
So they have to, it has to be a seasonal or on the shoulder season. Is one of the biggest requirements of this and the Oswego Lake Water Quality Society. This is an operation during the summer months and they're in operation, so it doesn't fit category. The visitor activity enhancement fund is a very, very limited amount of money, which has been definitely oversubscribed and council will see that on the 13th. So I think when you're looking at this, if Councillor King is wishing to increase the grants other by a couple $1,000s, that's really a minimal impact to the rate adjustments.
And could we take some money out of the economic development, 88,000, and the last few years, we only spent 20 grand or something.
That could be the
I mean, just to
resolution.
move it out of there, so it's got to say 85 and you add 3 more on the community grants.
That could be the resolution, yes.
Well, I'll make that resolution.
And that can be done right now.
We have to give them $5,000 plus. I think we're giving, if we send a letter saying we'll pay your fence for $2,000 plus we donated $1,500, but we said, well, that's a town that they can get for $3,500. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, we're talking two different things, though.
I don't think.
One is the increase in grant and aid, and the other is if they ask for money.
You're asking for $5,000.
It's just not to do with them specifically, just all the nonprofits got an opportunity to give up 65,000 instead of 61. We don't know who's gonna submit it.
4,000 now, I thought we thought
I thought
3,000.
we were talking about this.
Yeah, no,
We're way
Jim
up
changed it. Councillor King changed it to asking to increase the grant and aid budget.
Oh, okay.
That's
And taking those additional $3,000 of funds from the economic development
money.
line item.
Unless that got to do with.
Has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'll be quiet, I'll go back to what we're talking about. What we're
So,
talking about.
Your motion is to take $3,000 from the economic development, move it to grant and aid. So that is now at 64.
Well, we haven't passed it yet. but-
We need a seconder on that motion, please.
Need a second.
There's somebody wanting to second that motion?
Right there.
These poor guys somewhere.
Well, yeah, I know, it's all helping all the groups in town, but it's just how, which pot you take it out, because some of them, like the fireworks. They contacted me and said, can we apply for the visitor enhancement with RMI? I said, no, you cannot. So they said, thank you, and they will now apply for grant and aid.
But I think you gotta hear too, which we heard the other day, that we had over $100,000 in request of grant and aid. And when we had 61,000 to give out, so again, by increasing by 3,000, you're only talking 5% there about.
But don't forget, some of the people that applied for grant and aid
Don't qualify.
don't qualify, and they ask for tons of money, and we had Pull back on
We
that,
scrutiny
right?
pretty good.
Yeah.
The funding.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we move 3,000 from ECDF to over to the grant and aid fund to make 64,000 there. All in favor? Okay, well, that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, we're still back to the lake water quality. Are we suggesting then that they apply to the grant and aid? Or are we going to, because according to our, our expert on insurance, we can't,
Okay.
do that. We can't pay for their insurance. No, does that make sense?
That
We
would-
give them a letter saying, please apply to grant and aid? Does that make sense? Joe?
That is a perfect fit for them, I believe.
I just want to make sure that they're, if they do apply, and they do get awarded, that they'll get it in time enough for them to actually have insurance on the boat. Because if they don't, and they have their boat parked, and they don't have insurance,
Right.
that's all. So it would be just the timing, it should be. But we don't always bring it forward that quick.
So when do you decide, you and Jim and Myers decide on on the grants, and is that the end of,
It closes the third Friday, I believe, in February.
okay,
We brought it either the second meeting in March or the
Okay.
first meeting in April. So we would have to do it the first, I would say the second meeting in March. And if they did apply and they were successful, then they would have enough time to, purchase the insurance.
because they usually like to go out on April the 1st. When does the
April.
marina open?
April 1st.
Okay,
Yeah.
so is there a way, if it's approved, at the end of March? Well, I'm trying to think, they may have to get their insurance lined up before and say, yes, we can move the boat, but we've only got a week to get that one lined up before the other, but.
That's their insurance, the insurance for the town, what they buy for the town, 2 million, is not on the board, that's just a liability. For them to be able to park at the
Oh,
boat.
let's see, sorry.
So when they get that insurance for the marina, you have to submit it to the town to keep it placed in the dock by a certain date. That's the key thing, was what date do you need that, Joe, that you guys require that?
April 1st or when they park the boat.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
But I guess we've been moving all the budgets up, we're trying to, can we try to move that to grant aid up with a couple extra weeks earlier? Since we're passing the budget 3 months earlier than normal?
Councillor King, because it's a policy that's been approved by council, the only way to do that, I would assume, is to bring it to council prior to that date and change the policy, unless council, does that as a whole.
Well, I like to see it moved up, because I mean, you're already quarter ways into the year when you're giving them money. I mean, it's same as the budget, but you're trying to move things up to get in line with it. Fiscal year, I think it would be prudent to bring that policy forward and try to update it or change it.
Yeah,
I think
make sure all those
councillor,
people that apply, home.
have the grant and aid
That's got
forms
very-
been sent out already, asking
No,
to apply?
no.
Okay,
yeah, no, but The CAO Riesling had mentioned earlier that we maybe wanted to combine the RMI and the community aid. Because if that was the case, it would be there now, and we could probably do something in December. January type of thing, right?
That'd be good.
So it would be,
But I don't think we have time to do that now.
No,
No,
The letter would have to.
we would have to make sure that all the people that applied before know that the dates change.
well, they haven't got their form sent out yet, so we're calling the form. Okay, go
Yeah, so
ahead.
you were, I think just that. As I know, one of the things we administration always does is we post something in the newspaper and
Yeah.
news, right? So that typically goes out in.
first week in January.
So
Yeah.
we could do it this year in December, but December typically is a bad time. And right now people are looking at ads and they're saying season 3, that type of thing. So I think this year, I think we have no choice but to proceed with the January type.
Okay.
Right, and do as quick as you can, and then next year, go to amend the policy and try to do it September.
I guess I'm just separating. I understand you ain't gonna match the MRI with the community funding. But I still think you could move the community funding up.
So to your worship, I guess because we should advertise, and let people know, it's December 7th right now. We were planning on doing it, let's say, January 7th. We could speed it up, see that the cutoff is, well, I don't even know if we'd make next week's newspaper.
Next week we would.
We'd make it,
Yeah.
so we
Monday.
council wanted us to, is it in the policy? Sorry, is it in the policy when we're advertising?
No.
So we could put it in for the next paper.
And
And
move,
close it January 15th-ish and try to move it up.
if that's possible, I think we should do it.
Yeah, I support that motion.
Gerald, do you send out letters or emails to individual groups that have applied before, or is it just in the paper and on emails?
Just in the paper and on the news.
All right, thank you. So do you need a motion that we move it up to next week? Does that make sense or
Make
not?
that motion.
Let's just find out if that's what we need. Cause they we not want to check on things. Wanna miss the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering if they were notified.
I'm pretty sure.
If they're not, then
Council approved.
We can say any dates.
February.
would it make sense to leave it the not the 15th, but maybe to the
And then
28th or something to give them a little more time? In case they miss it over Christmas, I don't know, and they could have the. Still doesn't help, does it, to give them a month to do it, and then they still gotta get it in, you've gotta meet, yeah, I don't know.
If it closed the third week in February. And it came to council committee of the whole, that usually happens because council has an opportunity to review it as a whole. We can bring it to the afternoon session. And that's what we've done in the past as well, so it could be approved the second meeting in March. And that should still give them an opportunity to do that. I'm not sure what date is that for the second meeting in March.
So I was just looking at the calendar. Second meeting in March is 28th.
Oh, that's a bit late, but I mean, that doesn't gain us any time, I don't think, because that's about when it is usually anyway. Is it possible to bring it to the first meeting in March? The 14th,
Yeah, that's a possibility.
if it's, that means that your group would have to meet between when the applications were accepted and so in sort of in a 2-week period, would that work?
Yes.
So your worship, we had the policy up here.
Okay,
So it states in the policy that applications must be received by the last Friday in February. So that's what the policy says, so you you know, you have barriers of the time.
Okay,
Now, this is a policy, so it's not a bylaw. There's a difference in a bylaw and a policy. If it's a bylaw, you have to change the bylaw before you actually do something. Policy is something that you can make motions to supersede and ask the administration to go back and amend as a practice. So if you want to keep this policy, we can continue to meet it, and we'll just Gerald will work on the weekend with the counselors to come up with the grant stuff, or you can make a motion to do a one-off and direct administration to go back and make changes to policy for future years. That's another way, so.
if you left it the way it was now, where it's the second Friday or the last
Last
Friday in February, that gives you 2 weeks before the first meeting of council in March. Would that be enough time between, no, it wouldn't. Okay,
But if we move it up to the middle of February, that could give us 3 or 4 weeks to get together to look at. Changing the policy from the 29th
to
to the
the,
15th or whatever.
to the second Friday in February, would that work?
Even a third Friday would be sufficient,
Okay,
which I thought was.
17th.
is that the third Friday?
Third Friday,
It's
fourth
17th.
Friday's the 24th.
That's fine.
Okay.
So.
Would somebody like to move
Resolution
the?
change that policy then?
No, well, the problem, so recommendation just is that you give us direction to make change the policy. Then we can do it in time for this, which we could do. It's also, we're going to likely be changing this policy, or you're gonna give us another motion indicating to change it further for the 2024 year to align more with the RMI application and your budget. So we can do, we got a few options here. We can quickly come back, amend the policy for 2023 grant stuff, and then it's all kind of done correctly. And that's not, that's pretty easy. We could probably, we could do it for even probably
You do it for Tuesday.
that line change for Tuesday. We can do that.
Okay,
And then council would also make a motion for administration to review policy to align with the new budgets, the future budget cycle and RMI grant application. And then, you know,
yeah,
do 1
that's
year.
fine. Do you need that done this month as well then, like December? You want to do that this, in order to get it on the books?
Sure, we can do both motions.
Okay,
And then that way it's there and it's tracked, and otherwise we forget about it.
Yeah, that's good. Excellent.
so that'll be brought back on Tuesday then. Okay, you don't need anything today.
That motion.
A motion to have a look at it.
Motion directing administration to look at policy to amend the community services grant policy to reflect expedited timelines.
Okay,
And further, that the administration review the timelines for the 2024 fiscal year. Right,
that's okay, Jim, you moved that,
Yeah, that's a.
and who seconded that? Meyer seconded that? Okay, all in favor? We okay? And that'll be brought back on
Oh,
Tuesday.
okay, so-
Sorry, we're jumping the gun?
Well, can we, let's do it in two. We're gonna do two.
We said.
So the first motion is that council directs staff to amend the community service grant policy financial 001 to reflect the expedited timelines and bring a report to the regular open meeting of December 13th, 2022. And that motion was carried.
Yes.
Now we need a second motion for council to direct administration to review the policy timelines for the 2024 fiscal year.
All policy timelines or policy timelines just on this issue?
this.
Just,
Just on that issue.
just the community service grant.
Okay,
Or my hand. Grenade.
and grant need and, okay,
So we don't really have to worry about the RMI, because I don't think your deadline within that RMI, that's our own stuff, we need to adjust that one.
When you want.
you might as well make a date that affects both things.
Some here.
RMI and grant and aid. Into 2024.
Yeah.
For 2024, okay. So, who's gonna move that one? Jim, Zach. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you. We're good.
Okay, the next decision that council needs to make is, we've got the tax increase at $44.61. And, asking council for consideration of also, having something in for the amortization portion of that. It was recommended from staff that we increase it to the addition $44.61 for 2023.
So what is that as a total now?
So that would bring the total to the taxpayer or average single family resident to $283.21.
Okay. Is this the one where we have to, he already said that there's people lined up outside with pitchforks. We okay with that?
It's on already. Not the municipal taxes, not yet. So I'd like a resolution council, because then from there I would bring this, make all of the changes to the financial plan bylaw and bring that back forward to council with the quickest meeting that I can get it to. I would hope for December 13th, but
Okay. So we need a motion, please, to, for Mr. Zackel to do this, typical increase of $283.61 all in. Counselor King, your hands up?
Oh.
No, it's not. Counselor Bennett, you've got your hand up. Is there a seconder? Counselor Pacharica. Okay. So, could you read us the motion, please?
No.
Tilson?
No,
Okay.
$5%.
about 44.61.
44.61 is a flat rate.
44.61,
For typical residents.
the average single family resident, the 20.
The 2022 average.
Yeah.
For, the average 2023 residents.
Yeah.
For the new lifetime. Into 2023 budget. Operating budget.
44.61. Okay.
Yeah.
Director Zackel, can you correct me if I'm wrong?
Mhm.
That council direct administration to incorporate the $44.61 additional tax increase to the average 2022 single family residence into the 2023 operating budget.
That is just strictly for the tax increase. We want the additional 44.61 as well for the provision for amortization for future capital projects. Those are the two. It's the tax increase, the municipal tax increase of 44.61.
Okay, so just put that. Municipal tax, okay, that's there,
Municipal tax increase of 44.61.
okay,
Plus an additional 44.61 for the provision of, for amortization for future capital projects. Based on the average single family resident calculation for 2022.
With the total of $2283.61, right? Now,
It brings the total average single family resident increase to 283.21
yes,
for the year for taxes and user fees.
Can you tell me that what is in a percentage?
Do.
Approximately,
Oh, God.
yeah, we're probably three.
1956 per month. No, that's not right.
What percentage, not monthly, right?
Monthly.
90%, I don't think so.
So, I'm not guessing.
Three of 700, 33%.
The tax increase, overall tax increase, and that includes new construction, shows 13.1%. Is what the total increase is, but that includes new construction dollars in there too. So that's not what we're gonna want. So if I take this other calculation here, it might be better. Take here, okay. So work better. Well, it works out to a 12.67% increase.
All in,
All in, well, that's for the municipal taxes.
yeah.
Because that's an $89.22 increase in municipal taxes.
Base.
So Jim, anybody who is 55 and older can apply for a deferred just on the municipal portion, right?
Deferred taxes, you deduct, you gotta pay for the user fees, and the balance of taxes can be deferred.
Okay,
So they claim their homeowner grant, they pay their user fees, if they have equity in their property, they can defer the taxes.
yeah. Just the municipal portion, yeah, not the other things.
That's
Base
correct.
average
School and
residents.
Well, what it looks like is a 6.33% increase on municipal, is looking at that rate. So that the 5% was wrong on that calculation. So it's basically double that to 12.67. So if we wanted to decrease the percentage going into amortization, then of course it will reduce the overall percentage as well.
So I'm really confused. So so my house, how much am I taxing about? 6%, 12%?
12.67% if you're the average taxpayer. That's the municipal portion. So that it would go up by that $283.21.
Let's not go down, but I go down 8 point.
Yeah, the overall increase is 8.17. So that's the overall increase of the total taxes from 2023 to 2022. The overall increase is the 8.17%.
Okay, so if somebody asked me how much your taxes and much, and this is a paper. They're gonna say 8% or 12%.
Well,
I would say your taxes and user fees are going up by 8.17%. What we show.
Okay.
and
Okay.
everything else matters.
So, do we still need a motion?
Yes. That council directs administration to incorporate a $44.61 additional municipal tax increase and an additional $44.61 for the provision of amortization for future capital projects based on the average 2022 single-family residence into the 2023 operating budget.
I just, You said capital project, I thought this was that 44 to do with sewer only.
You know, we did
We did.
30 for water, we did 40 for sewer, and now we're talking about doing
Capital.
44, 81 for the general, or 44, 61 for the general.
It is.
And it's a huge impact, but it's,
Yeah.
it's also putting away those funds for the future capital projects. What it will do eventually is lessen the impact of borrowing, which we saw, we have a huge amount of potential borrowing on the horizon. Those additional reserve funds could be utilized to reduce the requirement of borrowing, as an example.
Okay, so if you get this done and bring it back on Tuesday, you will explain that in the report, good. All right, do we have a mover for this budget?
I thought it was moved by Councillor Bennett and seconded by Councillor Potter.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna call the question, you guys, all in favor? Against, oh, we're all in favor. Well done.
I can turn it down on Tuesday.
Ultimately.
Thank you very much. I mean, thank you to everybody. You know, our new counselors who are likely as overwhelmed by this as those of us that have been here for a while. I think we've made the right decision. And I just want to thank staff for being so open and presenting it all, and everybody, our directors for presenting all of the reports, and I'm still concerned about your aerial truck, but we'll deal with that at some future date. Anyway, thank you all. This has been quite the eye-opening experience, and we'll see what happens because yeah, it was needed. So thank you, everybody. Now, what would you like me to do, Mrs. Hilson?
Is that,
That's it.
Or do we have anything else that needs to be dealt with today? No, then,
Well, terminate. Terminate.
who's terminating? Who would like to be the vice terminator? Counselor Tom, thank you. All in favor?